Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while. Survivor Maine, on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile. Looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you snug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play.
Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked.
Let's sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone cue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while. Survivor Maine, on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile. Looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you snug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play.
Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked.
Let's sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone cue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while. Survivor Maine, on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile. Looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you snug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play.
Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked.
Last breath of the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Hello gamers, happy Wednesday. Oh my god, my hair is poofy today. I washed it and it's like exploded. I have pink hair everywhere. How are you? Welcoming Lake. Thank you for the dance. Hold on. I've been wanting to put this dance command in and I've not done it. Let's see if we can fix that. I had this idea. Search. It was something about it. Oh. Something about this. Hey, why? What happened to the It just says MVP rave and MVP hype, my end. Thank you for the dance. Hey, we got hype. And now we also have dance. So when we hear the song, everyone can do exclamation mark dance. Wait, is it on cooldown? Show advanced settings. Cooldown. No cooldown. Updates. No. 0 cooldown. Cooldown must be at least 1 second. Okay, fine. 1 second cooldown. Message must be bigger than 5. Okay, sorry. I tried. Update. No. There's a cooldown of 5 seconds. Can't help it. Welcome in, gamers. Let's see who's here. Ready for another evening. God, we're doing so many evening streams this week of Dead by Daylight. Raw, congratulations on getting first. Welcome in. Enjoy your daily doggo treat, Raw. Thank you for the 5. Gecko, wait, am I early for once? I mean, you were well on time. All is well. Sweat for the Hedge, we fight to the end. We do. Hi, Jill. Lake, and congratulations on getting second. Lake, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 71. Jill, right behind them with the funny number. Thank you for the 69, Jill. Gecko, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 2. Back to work. Oh my god. You're working again? You have such long days this week. Not me downloading 4,900 mods per Skyrim. I mean, priorities, Gecko. I don't see why not. Lake with the 95 stream streak. Thank you so much. Almost 100 streams. That is huge. Be right back. Okie dokes. Jill, thank you so much.
Tien.
Yeah.
Gilio Star subscribed to your channel for 10 months.
10 months. I appreciate your support for the channel. Thank you so much, Jill. As you all know, we're out of Jawbreakers. I was gonna refill them, and then we got into this discussion yesterday with Jess and Lake about the 15 or the 50 Jawbreakers, and it's not been resolved yet. Jill, can I offer you some ears? And would you like to have a specific set of ears, or do I do random? We heard 50. I know, Raw. I know you did. And then we calculated, but I only have 48 Jawbreakers left. And the whole idea, random, okay. the whole idea of the that I had. Here we go. Of the Jawbreakers was to make it like this event kind of thing, where we would spin the wheel and those would be the Jawbreakers that we put in. But if you want 50, it's literally gonna be me putting all the Jawbreakers in the jar. That's it. There's nothing to it. So I haven't made up my mind yet what we're gonna do. If anybody wants to join, we have 2 hours before Hannah joins us for duos today. And we play some games. The old 2v8 Great Reset hit. I got my 1 million for Survivor and apparently 20,000 BP for Killer. You want to join your startup? Cool. Would love to join, but I don't think I have time for it. How was the work thing? Weren't you cooking for like 200 people? Like either today or yesterday. How did it go? Oh, 300. You're exhausted? Oh my god. You did so well though. Unironically, yeah. I understand. You don't have time. I mean, you can decide. If you don't have time, you can join next time. I hope it was successful. I hope the food was to your liking. And the guests' liking. Was it like a wedding or something? Or like a business event? Yeah, I've dumped all my points into Dwight. He's almost P45 now. So we're gonna get him P50, P60, 54. 54, he's almost P60. And then I have to decide if I'm gonna keep going because we have under 20 days left before TwitchCon. I will not be gaming throughout TwitchCon, and then I'm going to be with my dad in Montreal for 2 weeks. I won't get a whole lot of gaming done then either. I've got the laptop with me. I can game. But, yeah, there won't be much progress on the P100 grind, which is a pity, because there is expected to be a blood rush, which gives you extra points, right? We'll see. And then anniversary. The thing is, the waiters were very busy, so the chefs and I had to serve food as well, along with making it. Holy, that's not how things are supposed to be, is it? Confirmation thingy. Okay. Well, I hope it worked out, and I understand why you're exhausted now. You had spent points on Killer. You on that P100 the ghoul grind? Your highest prestige is still P10. I mean, you've taken a different approach, Raw. You've decided to spend points across different survivors. That's a consequence. You know? You don't you don't get to have a P100. The ghoul is P82 since Blood Moon ended. You got spirits at 51. Okay. Some spirit gaming. It's impressive stuff. I checked my hag for this whole Die for Cheese won the tournament, so you need a P100 hag now. She's P4. I was kind of hoping she'd be P10, but she's P4. So, well, that happened. Hi, Jesus. Welcome in. How are you? Jesus, I won a tournament last weekend with Jill and Loft and Georgie and Lucky. And we were so happy. It was such a grind. I was so stressed. The Unity in the Fog tournament. Pop off, y'all. Yes, we sure did. What are you playing these days? Any leagues? Any specific killers you're working on? It's not how it usually is, right? But when you go to culinary school, you often learn how to be a waiter too, since two lines one hand in hand. That makes sense. That makes sense, but it's not ideal if you're serving 300 guests as a chef that you have to also serve the food, you know? But yeah, I can imagine that you know how to do it perfectly. Loftus told me this yesterday. I had no idea we had to. Yeah, it's in the Discord. And me and Loft kind of said yes. Georgie's not doing it. Don't worry about it. You can still get out of it. But I'm interested. There's a nemesis here. He didn't go here. I thought only hosts? No, no, no. They said die for cheese for winning. Playing tourneys with your homies is always blast, because nobody really cares enough. Plus trying their best. Oh, that was a zombie. I could have died. Is Nemi alone? Who else is here? You injured, lady? She's injured. You're in a few tourneys at the minute? Oh my god, let's go. What sets? You will do it for charity? Yeah, me too. It's gonna take some time though, because I have no time. It won't be until I might put a cheeky 5. Oh, upgrades. I might put a cheeky 5 mil in. We'll see. He's gotta be solo, right? There's no other killer. I know how to do it. Probably not perfectly. That's why we have waiters. But it went well. Everyone's very happy. Wonderful. That's good. There he is. There's Mr. Wesker. Did he... Oh. Well, I tried to take the hit for her. Leon just took off. Unlucky. Oh. Oh. Holy server. I am lagging. Yes. I have to go. Okay. This server is cooked, man. Okay, that server is very cooked. Fuck. Oh my god! He's got a gun. I'd ask for a refund on that hit. I'm putting in the paperwork, gamer. Don't worry about it. How are you, Loft? How's your day going? Oh my god. Nah, he wants me. Ah, there's no pellets. Well. Well done. You're good? You're chilling? How are you? I'm good too. I'm good too. We traded killers. Was the Wesker chasing you? Oh, that was you! You need to install DaVinci again? I mean, yeah. You... Didn't you, like... You have to edit these tourney vids? Yes. I have nothing recorded from these tourneys. Hi, Fade. Welcome in. I had a look-see-poo in the Discord, Fade, but I didn't see anyone at 5 for scrims, so... I just waited a little bit, and then... ended up going live. Yeah, I have nothing recorded from this tourney. I don't know what my problem is. I have stuff recorded from, like... Okay, Cactus! Okay, Cactus! That's fine. Bro, I literally went from having an angle to not having an angle over nothing. Like, I wasn't even moving. I'm dead, by the way. Oh yeah, I remember there's nothing here. We already did this. Thank you, Jill. I forgot Jill was here, guys. I forgot Jill was here. You're sorry? No, you're fine, gamer. I make plans on the go. I'm just saying, like, if there was supposed to be a scrim, I could have done it. Bro, he swung. Did you see that? He swung. He swung. Oh my god, Jill's now dying. After he saved me. Gamers Hannah said that she is looking forward to me carrying her. I said, Gamer, have you seen my killer plays? Wesker got scared. Ha. Nice. Don't come here, please. Oh, someone's here. Yeah. Mine. Your quick killer plays are goated, gamer? I don't know. I whiffed a lot of stuff. Last stand with an 8, Jill. I missed a lot of hits yesterday. You saw it on TikTok, the Nemi ones? Yeah, those were good chases. If anybody wants to hop in on Survivor 2v8, just let me know for a couple games. Get carried by the wonderful Gilio Star. Yes, a lot of zombies there. I can see it. They're twins. Look, 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 it's twins. Oh, you can't see the boxes again, can you? Hi, Coffee, welcome in. How did you guys make it through the night? Yeah, no boxes. Are you at the hospital now? If I remember correctly, you're spending the night today, I think. Oh. Yeah, you are spending the night. That's what I remember. Oh, I think the zombie clocked him. Even though you made the right decision to give them a speed burst, I think the zombie fucked him. This is 2v8 gamers. There's so much happening right now. Haha. Oh my god! Oh! Oh shit. Yeah, I thought you could go left there as well. I mean, fucking good chase. Wait, the zombie brought a Glock to the game? Unfair. I know. That poor gamer. Jill went to save them and everything. There's some people that get out here though, I think. The Nia bot's dead as hell. GG's. Dead as hell.
There are really odd things about this place.
Since when does Gabriel have voice lines in lobby? I never heard that before. I guess I don't play Gabriel. Hi Lucky, my goat. I love your train. How is your day going? Oh my god, Jill's got a very strong Gabriel. Did you guys see that? Holy outfit. You're chilling? How are you? Wonderful. Glad to hear. Yeah, I'm chilling too. I made a little bit of a fuck up this morning. So I forgot that I had planned a meeting for work. So at 9:30 I was still in bed. And for some reason I checked my phone. And as I grabbed my phone, I get a call from my colleague, and I'm like, why would he be calling me? And then I just remembered I was supposed to have a meeting for work. It took me 2 minutes to do my hair, my makeup, put on a sweater, get behind my laptop and get in that meeting and make up some story about how my computer wouldn't load because there was an update. That's why I was late. It worked out, but it was very close. Yeah, I was very stressed, Jill. So after the meeting, I did some work, checked my emails. Then I got my breakfast. And because it was late stream today, right? Normally I stream on Wednesdays at 2 p.m. But because Hannah wanted to do it in the evening, I had time to make a chill breakfast. I went to the horses. So normally on Wednesdays I have a set task for the horses, and then usually I get a text from the owner in the morning if I need to help out with something else, something extra. Okay, Hunty. I didn't have a text. It was raining and pouring. So I was like thinking, okay, I'll just do my task and then I can go home. So it took me 1 hour and 15 minutes. And then as I'm about to leave the stables, I check my phone and then there's the text. Like literally 10 minutes before I wanted to leave with the extra tasks. And I'm like, oh, I am so tired. It's raining. I'm cold. I wish I would have known in the morning. But got myself together and I did it anyway. Took me another half an hour. I was exhausted when I came from there. So I treated myself to lunch on the way back home. Which was very nice because by then the sun was shining. And it was too cold to sit outside, but I found a really nice 2-person table in a restaurant. But it was in the sun. So I got warmed up. I got a bug chest with a key I can't grab. Oh. Where is this chest? Yeah, he just likes bouncing around him. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not judging. Okay, after we pop a gen. You can grab it. Oh. Interesting. Is that the new requirement? If you want to grab something from a chest, you have to pop a gen first. I thought the idea of the chest was to take our attention away from gen rushing. There's nothing wrong with a little bit of bouncing, right, Gecko? Okay. This blight do be bouncing. They've hooked a Kate 2 times. That's it. Alright, let me do something else. Because these gamers have no hooks. Oh, you got down because you're typing? Story of my life. Woohoo! Nice shots. Shit! If this wall hadn't been here, I would have had the swing and a miss. Oh, you found the green tonic? I was looking because I don't see you have a hook, but good, good, good. You're chilling then. Oh, there's a tonic in shack. Somebody grab me. I remembered it. You're kidding, right? Nope. Oh, Kate, your death hook, baby girl. I don't know if that was the way to go. Honestly, I don't know if that was the way to go. Oh, Funk's taken over. Good, good, good. Don't go Shaq. I need to grab that tonic. Fine, I'll find another one. There was another one in this tile at the top. Because I was looking for totems and then I found this. There we go. There it is. Oh. Oh, good. I don't want to get Huntress at that tile again. The LT. No, it was not an LT. Was that Jungle Gym? Beam. I saw on Twitter earlier, on X, that Slender was asking around if people are interested in a P100 leaderboard. I am definitely interested in that. Because, you know, I'm gonna be up there with my 18. I have no issue being on the P100 leaderboard. Kind of just want to know who's got more. Now we know that Widow has got everything P100, every survivor. And I know Tony has like 22. Obviously Loft has 22. But I was just like, I'm wondering how many people have like a lot. Jill, I wasn't there. Of P100s. I mean, I'm gonna work this door. I think she should be fine. What about me? Am I gonna be fine? No, there's a Huntress. Huh. Oh man. This whole time they were kind of like flopping solo, and now is she waiting for Mori? What are we doing? Catch you later. Oh my god, I was still deciding where to go. I don't know what we're doing, Funks. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be honest with you. If you don't take the hit, there is no point in picking. Oh my god. Oh, just a stick! No, don't pick! Teleport me to the gate. I'm at a gate. There's no one here. Thank you, Jill. Who's doing what? Oh my god. Oh my god, the BT. GG's. Well played. Good job, Jill. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Well played, Jill. Not GG. Huntress. Yeah. I didn't think so. That gamer's upset as fuck. Not GG. Oh, also. Almost got a perfect game, by the way. I don't know how everyone made it. I know. It was good teamwork. Yeah, the Blight DC. I mean, they were struggling. All sorts. Is anybody joining, gamers?
That's for sure.
Let me know. Catching the very daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 40. Not me, not yet. Food, need time to settle. Alright, all good. How's you? Yeah, I'm good. I am quite alright. I'm quite hungry. I was gonna go to the cats, because I'm cat sitting this week, right? And I was gonna put the food in the oven, but somehow the potatoes were... They were not good. They'd gotten bad. So my husband was like, oh, I'll go to the grocery store. I'm like, okay. So dinner is late today, which is fine. But it's almost 7 p.m. and I'm starting to get hungry. I running that black for ages in Maine while trying to get me. Oh, thank you, Jill. Hi, pretty. Welcome and enjoy your daily dog treat. Thank you for the 69. Also the funny number. That's the second funny number we have today. What you do with the potatoes? It's like voorgekookte aardappeltjes, weet je wel? Van die krieltjes in een zak. So they've gone bad. It's... they're past the date. Dutch alert, yeah. But like... Sometimes when they start smelling, it's that's when you can't eat them anymore. So knowing 2 languages is calm. I mean, earth apples, yes. I mean, I don't know that you actually speak to Sketch. You can barely speak Flemish. Do you have any idea how much trouble my translator tool had with putting the subtitles in for that clip that I made? Because your accent? Oh, issue problems? Okay, I go to the other side. You saw it all the time. Leave me alone. Hey, you're the one up that You're the one that brought up bragging about speaking multiple languages. You speak it fine, thank you. I don't know. And Dutch. There's no way you're just saying now that that's 3 languages, including English. Now you're just trolling. Hi Roni, welcome in. Happy Romibo. Yeah, but today it counts, right? Because of Hemelvaartmorgen. So... Oh my god, I just want to sit on a gen, y'all. Why does everybody keep dying? You wouldn't understand me speaking? Het fijn is, ik spreek geen proper algemeen Nederlands. You really don't. Oh, sorry, Jill. I didn't mean to be rude. There's a tonic next to your hook. It is the most beautiful woman ever. Oh, Joe, my Joe. Thank you so much for the compliments. How are you? I got both killers around me the whole time. I just now got downed. Oh my god, you're a demon. I was wondering what was keeping them so long. This woman is terrified. I wouldn't do it if it wasn't a date of tomorrow. Yeah, exactly. Can't lie, send back the whole map. Fair enough. Flemish over Dutch, not gonna lie. I don't know. You're good? Wonderful, Joe. I'm glad to hear. How are you? How are you today? I'm good, Rodi. I'm good, Joe. USA everywhere else. USA, USA, USA. I mean, right now, Joe? I don't think a lot of people would agree with you, but it's okay to be proud of your own country. Hi, Anne. Welcome in. I'm doing well, gamers. I'm doing well. I had a very chill Wednesday. I don't have a dog anymore on Wednesdays. That buys me a lot of time. I had to do some work. Yeah, don't get us started. Exactly. We don't want to... We're here to, like, chill. And then I take my time going to the horses. There was a lot of work today. But we got everything done. Is someone going for that unhook? Yes. And then I'm cat sitting this week, so I went to hang out with the cats. They're very shy cats, so they're very cute. I go sitting in the living room downstairs, and then they sneak in, and they hide under the table. It's very adorable. I think secretly they do enjoy hanging out. Where are we going? Really? This is what you wanted to show me? That there's someone on hook here? Okay. You had a whopping 10 hours sleep. I'm not surprised, gamer. I saw your TikTok. Oh my god. I'm gonna sit on a gen. I'm done unhooking people. Oh shit, Jill. We swapped killers again. Oh, I lag backwards. Fucking hell. Yeah, so it doesn't surprise me at all that you needed a 10-hour sleep. You're gonna go take some minutes for your headache. Enjoy video games later. Thank you, Sketch. I appreciate you stopping by, and thank you so much for the 5-stream streak. Sketch is leaving. It's a good day, Joe, isn't it? When Sketch is leaving. Yeah, I let myself doze off after like 30 minutes of the game. I mean, you really needed your rest. How are you feeling today, though, Anne? They're coming for you, right, Jill? Yes. You're a bit better? Okay, that's good. Yes. No! I'm so quiet. Oh my god! Alright, I'm just better. Late. Oh no. No, Jill, you walked into... No, that is so unlucky! That's not an angle. Damn. Damn. Kept food. In, not sleepy, so that's good. Okay, that's good. And I don't look like a ghost anymore. Good. I didn't see her, and Wesker has no TR all game. Oh, buggy as fuck, no? People are dying on the other side. Okay, they got them, they got them. Shit. Okay. No, no, no. Any god pellets. Anything. This is a very long hallway. Yeah. Fuck! Well, I get clocked here. Yeah, there's no avoiding that. You have to go, gamers. Have a great stream. A lovely evening, everyone. Bye. Gecko, thanks for helping out, hanging out. Get some rest. Looks like a totally different game, or at least playstyle. 2v8. Yes, Rody, that's correct. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I make this right, FBT. Thank you. Beautiful. GG's. Yeah, 2v8's completely different, Rody. There's different tools, different objectives. I mean, like in general it's the same objective, but like the maps are bigger, there's more gens, you don't have hooks as much. You have the cages. It's still like 3 cages. The first iteration you were not able to save your teammates. And these days you can. What is happening here? And it's more chill. It's more chill. People are not as fast with like playing sweaty. People want to play for saves. People want to play for chase. It's quite chill. The double teamed every down but the last one. Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing you can do about that. I had the same problem there at my second hook. So it's just not a lingering like feeling bland, occasional cough, but yeah, I'm glad we're going in the right direction. Good. You love the cow ears? Thank you. That's for Jill's resub. Alright, let me get my food, which is here. There's almost no mayo left in this. I'm sad. Eet smakelijk, thank you. What you eating? So we got patatjes from the oven, chips from the oven. Got veggies and some like filet lapjes à la minute. For my Dutchies, I don't know. It's nice. Is the same in English fried or chips? I don't know, probably not. Friet en patat. Frietjes! No, I don't think it's the same thing. Oh, maybe. Oh my god, shit server again! Wesker and Nemi again. Okay. 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 What is he doing? Man is lost as hell. I don't know. You were solo scout and now again, so I'm gonna waste all powers and everyone is a killer. Yeah, I understand. I don't understand why people don't want to play scout anymore these days. It's such a good class. I mean, I definitely changed to torchbearer, right? Patats. Chips is probably a UK thing and fries is USA. I don't know. Rubber banding of Doom? Nah. These servers, man. Everything is cooked. There's no oh yeah, you oh my god. There's not a whole lot of pellets there, game on. Can you drop it? Yeah, oh my god. Got you, I got you. Shit. Oh, I was revealed. I didn't see. Jake! Heal me! Where'd he go? I don't know. Nice save. Thank you, thank you. Hi, Sunny. Happy Wednesday. Welcome in. Enjoy Daily Dogger Treat. Thank you for the 5. You had pancakes? Nice, and I love pancakes. I'm gonna have to ask my husband to make some for me this week. Happy Tuesday! Rody, why are you making stuff up? When I said Tuesday, I meant Wednesday. Okay. Oh! I don't know if this is the way to go. Also, happy hitting 1.5k. Thank you so much. We hit 1,500 followers yesterday on stream, guys. Which is an absolutely amazing achievement. Like, after hitting 1k, I did not think we would get it this quickly. But yeah, you guys have showed so much support. It's actually been amazing. Yeah, if he licks that wall, I can't save. He's still looking for me. Hold on. Oh my god, what a whip hit. Rubber banding. Dalia, welcome in. Enjoy the Dogger Street. Thank you for the 57. I hear something. Steven's AFK over there. I'm so proud. Thank you, Anne. I appreciate that. I was distracted by picnic van in front of your house. I mean, they were just delivering. That doesn't reach. They were just delivering? Did you order something from Picnic? Was it your delivery? Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, the double team. GG's. You just ate so much tasty food. What did you have? I'm eating peaches right now. They're going cold. Every Wesker flies through the window and then feels personally attacked. Steve has 4k points? Yeah. He's just standing there. We don't make it out of this game, by the way. Oh, you did it with yours? Okay, okay, that's why you're distracted. That makes sense, though. Probably getting his pizza out of the oven. Oh my god, now I want pizza. Yeah, I'm quite hungry. Have you guys been teleporting all over the place? Yes, this rubber banding has been insane. It's very frustrating. Your dad and I made a very tasty stir fry. I love stir fry. Good choice. You love me some pancakes met speck of kaas. Really, I'm not big on the cheese, but pancakes with speck, I like those. I'm more of the sweet flavor. Like my favorite is like appelrozijn and stuff. Yeah, I think we're all just dying, honestly. Appel, kaneel, suiker. I would eat that. I would eat that, no issue. Oh my god, everyone's dead. Is there anything left to loop here? Yes. No apple for you? Right, allergies. Hi Mina, welcome in. Oh my god, today I'm having Taco Bell for dinner? Love that. Are you letting go? I can get you, gamer. I'm right here. You're hungry? Why are we talking about food? I'm hungry too, and I can't. I don't have time to eat. Now Nemi is coming. Bro, everybody's dead. Don't come here. Okay, you come here. I need a key. Because it's looking like a hedge situation over here. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be honest. You love savory stuff? Oh yeah, for me it's more sweet. And I could see... Oh, shit. Okay. Damn, wrong side. Shit! I sent him through the window, chat. I win. Oh no! Oh, I can see it because I got a new window today. Almost fogged up because of broken double glass. Oh shit, well, I'm glad I got it fixed. You can't take pancakes technically unless I make significant modifications. What's your... is this person dead? Okay, I need to let go because this is a hatch game. No eggs, lactose, wheat. Ah, yeah. Which is big and sad on the pancake ingredients. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of other things, right? You can make very tasty pancakes. Yes! No! Hello! We already used all these pellets here. Now it's a hatch game. GG's. Blake, welcome back. Oh, there's a hatch right next to my hook. I hope they get it. The girls. Well, Megan's got one. Oh no. GG. Is anybody joining? Let me know. In 20 minutes? Cool. Holy Jeff Fit, Jill. Is that new? You can boot out? You can join. If you want. I'm gaming open lobbies until Hannah's here. Yeah. 30 minutes should still allow for some time before Hannah joins Dahlia. But it won't be a ton of games because I'm doing from 8 PM. I think it's in the pinned comment. Yes, I'm going to TwitchCon, Odie. Of course, I have to be there. You've got outfits you've never seen? Me too. I was looking at an outfit for Felix today, and I was looking at my skins, and I was like, what are these? When did I get these skins? I don't pay attention anymore what's in the Rift, right? I just get it and just get the Rift. You having a day? Oh shit. You finished work just now? Okay. So then what's for food, Mina? Otherwise, Carl? Okay, good. Oh, Loft is booting now. Holy shit. Let me check. This, there we go. P55. Nice to play some games and just vibe. Exactly. Thank God I don't know if I'm tired. Yeah, good. You don't have to do anything, but if there are other community members are there, I get it. Yeah, no, I want to be there. There's a lot of community members going. Oh my god, you're already on the hack grind, Loft? Mine is P4, I checked today. I thought she was P10, so fuck me, I guess. Mina, it's weighing day tomorrow, so maybe lettuce. You can still eat something. Nutritionist and more than lettuce, so you don't have to fucking be hungry even if it's weighing day. No idea, find something? Yeah. Hack gaming. You're just getting her P10 for now? Oh, okay. And I can't invite you. Or Loft. Am I the problem? Anne's already here. Oh, I don't know. I guess my screen is bugged or whatever. Yeah, I forgot about reset too. Got my Area 1 on Survivor Dome. Oh, you got 3 mil? Nice. On your screen, I invited them? Maybe I'm just bugged. I don't know. On my screen, nothing happened. Almost 4 mil? Let's go. I was at 5 mil earlier, so I spent it all on Dwight. Chat, what order do you eat your food in? Do you like, so I had chips, right? I had chips, veggies, and meats. Best believe I'm eating all my chips and my meat. Veggies first, Sunny? Good, good, good. Much better. You mix stuff? I think I eat what I enjoy most first. And that's never veggies. That much I can tell you. Like, we cook. Like, we cook ourselves, right? So we always have vegetables. They just never make me happy. I want to eat stuff that makes me happy. Like meat and fries. If there's a higher power, then please give us Bly Wesker. Oh? Gotta get them out of the way before the rest of the fun. Okay, Sunny, that's fair. Everything. You alternate. You eat veggies first. And good, good, good. To support the mixed comments. Yeah? Mixing? You were vegan for 7 years, so veggies are your fave. Oh my god, you're such a trooper. You eat veggie like otherwise I don't bite? Yeah, I struggle with veggies. I struggle eating veggies. I actually want to get rid of veggies that ASAP. And then the nice things. I can and I will ban him. I hope he knows that. Who? Who are you banning? Oh, because he asked for a Bly and a Wesker. A Bly and a Wesker. Oh, for you. Yes, yes, yes. Oh no! I hate... Yeah. Getting hit by Oni so early. I have nowhere to go. We have a Z-wall. What is happening right now? And I have a nurse. Why is everyone on me? And why is everyone on 100 ping? And all the things, guys. 130? Nice. You like veggies, N? Oh, good for you. Love's coming in hot, always. Oni's OP. Oh my god, it really is. So boring. Beach! You went for a run. And I didn't throw up. Yes! See, Jess? You're getting better already. W fucking run. Let's go. Never mind my ping. 300 ping for nurse. Good stuff. That's what we like to see. Yeah, I'm gonna sit on this gen. I hate Oni. Oh my god, I went up to 632 ping in a game the other day. Oh, in a game you were... Oh no. Well, I just die. I sit here. He picks, he picks, he picks, he picks. Okay, he didn't pick. He picks now. Tee. Bro, they're piling up bodies over here. Oh, that didn't even come close. Yeah, I mean, the servers are cooked, Sunny. It's crazy. Ping was so bad earlier that I was getting sad, and then I got adopted by an Oni, and then later by the nurse. Oh, that's nice, though. Okay, who's healing? I don't care which one we're healing, just as long as we're healing. Let's just heal together. Yeah, that nurse is on fucking McDonald's Wi-Fi, bro. I don't think someone can go for the save. It's so... Okay, they can. Okay, good. Who's this? Anne is in trouble? Yes, Anne is in trouble. Damn! Yeah, I knew what she was gonna check main. It's a good thing I didn't go back to that gen. I had a feeling. Woohoo. Foreigners, it's you? You have McDonald's Wi-Fi? Surely not. Love reading this, having no idea what it's about. Sounds nice. It's when the killers give the survivors mercy, Rodi. So they're like, they see like the problem and they're like, oh my god, we play with you, and they don't go and kill you. You did a woohoo too? I mean, that's the song. You and your stupid moonwalks. So you mean online people can be nice? Rodi, when I started playing Palia, a whole new world opened to me of people that are nice for no reason. It changed my life. And now you know why I'm going to TwitchCon? I love being with the gamers. Who needs this? And come back! And! Back. And? Come! Yes! You take that tonic, you need it. Me and Oni both had terrible connection like every 10 steps. Yes, gamer, I got you. Okay, where am I genning? Okay, that was a little scary. Oh no! You every 10 steps you can teleport. There was still crack gamer, we know, then just still, yeah, still shenanigans. I mean, that's the best way to go. If it's a shitty server like that, and you had a lovely little endgame chat, nice. Oh, you got 2v1, Jill. You were standing for the longest time. I'm surprised that's what happened. I know everyone here is nice. But overall DVD community, I was talking about this yesterday with Sean. Where I feel like generally I see more nice people in DBD in my games and in my stream chat. Oh my god, I hate this killer. Then I get like awful ones. ready. Except for that guy. Yes. Oh my god! No! Thanks for the save, Loft. Thank you. Get out of my way. The door's right here. I run. I'm BT. Somebody get Loft. I wait here. And I practice my moonwalks. Hi. Yes, I know. You got pushed out. Now you're fine. I think someone's going. Oh shit! Holy swing! Oni and the nurse are both at my gates. No, generally I feel... I don't know that that's English, gamer. If you can keep it English, we can talk. Yeah, generally I feel we get more nice people than mean people in chat. Hey, you were in our game, Jonah. Hard targeted, I feel. Y'all lost in the cage. Wait, listen! I was injured at a gate. Someone was going. Like, I literally watched two people run towards Love's cage. Did they actually not go? After you were fighting for your life to save Micah? I mean... Oh, they got me. Okay, then why are we panicking? Like, Jesus. Someone's going. I feel like I meet more nice peeps. Yes, and me too. Although I have an idea that Mr. Upper here decided to not put something in English because they're mad about the game. But, hey ho. It looks like it's finished. It is finished? I don't know what these veggies are, guys, but I'm not eating this. Ugh. I don't want to eat this. It's disgusting. That's no good. Honey works? Oh, like it attracts killers to the... yeah, they feel targeted by the killers. And it's like, you need to eat your veggies, they're good for you. But this, I don't know what this is, gamer, but I'm not eating it. I'm not eating it, for fuck's sake. It tastes so bad. I want nothing to do with these veggies. Like, you have honey on you, and then you attract the killers to you, kind of. That's what they were saying, and that's what they meant with that. I think. They're not here to explain. Holy Wesker. That sucks, bro. If he would have faced me, I would have had you. Oh no! Yeah. GG. Hello. Exclamation mark dance in chat. It's not working, guys. I have to fix that. Lake's got it. Thank you, Lake, for the dance. Thanks, everyone, for jumping in. Yeah, this Wesker's boring. He literally just holds. You looped him, though, like a demon. Oh my god! The range on Ant's beam is insane! Thank you guys for the dance. Look at all the beautiful emotes in chat. You guys are amazing. It worked, yeah. I wonder if it was the 5-second. I'm gonna see if I can put the command in mix it up, because in Nightbots there has to be a mandatory 5-second cooldown. Yeah, that beam save was gorgeous, Anne. Rody, thank you for the Pedro. Hold on, let me... Okay, yeah. I was looking for the blue tonic, but it's been taken. You feel that bass? It's such a good bass. Thank you. The way they remove Legion and keep ponies insane, yeah. I agree to that. I still have to complete the survey, the feedback form for the 2v8. I'm gonna have to say something about Oni and about zombies. And bugged Wesker also shouldn't be a thing, I think. I'm not sure where I'm going with this. This should permaban Wesker. Hold on, Lake. Now that kind of slander is grounds for getting banned here in this channel. Their pressure is nuts? Yes. He does look cool. Hi, Jill. Good moonwalks. Good moonwalks. Oh, that was me. Sorry. What is this madness? That's not 2v8 for you? I'm sorry, love. Thank you for the beautiful beam save. Only is unbalanced. He has no visit being 2v8. Yeah, it really doesn't. To attract new games and use them in marketing? You're probably not wrong. Okay, I don't know why we're... Yeah, I don't know what we're doing, Caitlin. Honestly. You can join next round? Perfect, Lake. Lake, what time do you want to do Sunday? Are we doing a day stream? Like, not too super early, but like morning? You almost have 200,000 eerie shards. I don't know, gamer. You might need a hobby. You've got all day? Yeah, how about we... Maybe like 10:30 a.m. situation? 10:30? Who's gonna play purple shirt guy? It's a very it's a unique shirt, Rody. Not a lot of people have those. It's because I'm a creator. Okay, whatever. It's because I'm an official creator. That's why I got what we call Twitch shirted. There should be a clip. PvA killer plus duo medic. Yes, Lake. And if we've had enough, we could do some We could do some that van game. We can do that van game or the played up one, whichever you want. Like we can switch it up if you want. You went down a rabbit hole, Jess? The person basically said go to work. Okay. So they were mean. Oh. Why would anyone be mean to me? I'm very nice. Yes, are we there yet? We have to progress the game. It's been so long. So if we start like 10-ish... we can start on DBD, play a couple hours. If DBD is good, we play DBD. And also I work, that's a really good point. Am I bugged? No, I've not played up. Played up. Are you getting this invite? No. Hold on. I mean, that's that they were crying over them dying in the game. Like, I don't even know. You did say it looked awesome. I wouldn't expect you to know though, Rody. It's fine. Let me see if I can find the clip for you. Is everyone here? We have Jilio, we have Anne, we have Sketch. No, Lake. Is it you? I'm accepting the life out of this thing, I promise. It looks like it's you because everybody else came back in. And you're not here. Oh, you're here. Damn, 4 flashies? Okay. We gotta expect that gaming to be happening right now. Imagine coming from work, ready to play games, and someone tells you to go to work. Yeah, that's kind of like rude. Rowdy and Jerry Daily Dog Treat, thank you for the one. It's silly, yes. And I would ask you to do it. Yeah, that bot's very polite. You've been coerced into playing this game this evening. Oh, with whom are you playing, Jess? I'm here now, apparently. I mean, you kind of want to be here, Sketch, let's be honest. Been loving Subnautica, so hell yeah, I'm playing Subnautica too. Yes, and let's go. The fact you can play co-op is insane to me. Can I send back you? Yeah, of course. I mean, I said of course. Jess and Dory Daily Dog Treat, thank you for the 20. $10:30, yeah, okay, so we'll do 10:30 in the we take it from there, Lake, that's perfect. No, Jill's on the Escapist Sketch. He's all about that sprint bursting survivors into saving them. Savior, basically. You've got all day? Yeah, I don't know if I have a tournament. I mean, I definitely have Alt League. I don't know if I'm playing though, but that's not until 9:30 in the evening. It's just with DBD when I'm playing Killer, I get depleted so fucking fast because of all the frustration I get from it, right? But we have some alternatives then, because we can either swap to open lobbies entirely, or no, you deserve it. You deserve it. I have a beam. Or play something else. That's perfectly fine. Cool, cool, cool. I'm excited. We'll work it out. Oh. Hey, yo, GG Wesker, welcome in. You played very well. I hope you enjoyed the game. I hope 2v8 is treating you well.
Direct BH followed your channel.
What the fuck is that fence placement, y'all? Thank you, thank you, thank you! And that's why Jill, I think it was Jill, is on the escapist. Because he saves lives. Drag! Do I call you Drag? Welcome in. I appreciate your support for the channel. Thank you so much for the follow. Like I said, I had a really good game. You guys were really strong duo together. I don't know if you were with this person or if it was a random, but that was a really strong game from Killer side, I feel. GG's. Oh, I think he wanted to give the beam. Ah, okay, for the sprint burst beam save. Okay, well, I won't judge them. Sorry I interfered. Old League? Why are you calling me old again, Sketch? You have to stop doing that. Also, you're dead as hell, so you can't speak anyway. You almost got 5 mil. You have to spend them soon. Yes, you should. Get good, I hear. Fucking hell. Who's dying over here on Hulk, guys? Someone's going for this person, right? Nope. I saved you. Would you rather killer stream or stream full of Ghostface? Killer stream. Yeah, I can't do Ghostface. No, I don't want it. I got stuck, shush. Okay, skill issue. That's fine. Prestige cosmetics are better than the paid skins. Sometimes, I would say. Oh, you were solo, but you played so good. I really enjoyed the game. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad, Greg. Like I said, I hope 2v8 is treating you well. That was an intense game. I hate getting double teamed. It's a reality, though. It's the reality that we're in on 2v8. Where is this killer? He's right here, isn't he? I don't know. I'm just gonna go for it on hook. Yeah, there's the Wesker right there. Okay. I go help. Oh, people are already here. I go back. I just learned. Purple shirt for life. Yes. Oh! That's beautiful. Do we know this Cage? This man is a gamer. Oh my god. He is juicing. Is Wesker leaving him? Holy hell, that was impressive stuff, gamer. Not gonna lie. The double team on Anne? Oh, no way. By the way, are you Dutch? Yes, your accent sounds really Dutch. I don't know if that's a compliment, but I will take it. Yes, I am Dutch. Anne! Anne! There we go. It's not, you don't hear it. Yes! Some people say it's... Yes! Yes. Some people say it's super Dutch. I definitely say it's there. I don't mind. I am Dutch. You missed it! Gordon gelijk! Oh, I love that. Well, we do enjoy gaming with our fellow Dutchies here. We've got a whole bunch of Dutchies here. I think everyone gaming with me right now. We have Jill, we have Anne, we have Lake. All of our Dutchies. Oh yeah, and then there's Sketch, but he's from Belgium, so that doesn't count. He's a flop anyway, doesn't matter. Oh my god, that was such a good idea, Wesker. I'm not gonna lie. him up. He has no terror radius. Dutchies for life, real.
Too bad you won't make it much further.
I don't get this. I'll try to bang. Fuck! Oh! Thank you! Oh, hello. Problems. So I don't want to know how my accent sounds like. If yours seems Dutch. But I love when you come here to practice your English, Rody. Rody fellow Dutchie as well. Bro, I had to sprint on me for so long. Spirit! She's good, I can't lie, she was. She would have cooked me if you didn't save me with that sprint burst earlier. Sketch is not healing me because he's upset. Yes. Yes! I don't know. I do this gen. Very good! Look, he's showing me his ass, guys. Look at it! Yeah! Get it, Wesker! Sketch is death hook, by the way. I think he made a mistake, honestly.
Hard performance indeed.
Don't worry, Wesker. I wasn't actually gonna save him. Lake got him, though. I was just there gonna watch him die. Maar het was Lake zijn eer te na, jongens. Het was zijn eer te na. Fair enough. Oh my god, she's chasing me. Hold on. Oh, there's no pallet here. That sucks. Yeah, I didn't think it was the right side. You gonna chow on a carpaccio salad? Oh, nice. I'll be watching. Alright, Rody. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy your carpaccio. You heard Dutchie? Yes! We have a fellow Dutchie here. The Wesker from the previous game is Dutch. You recently started playing Survivor? It's so fun, unless the one fun or Sable. I mean, Sable? Stay in the corner and do nothing? We love a good flash save. We do. We do. Yeah, I love playing. I mean, I'm a Survivor main. I almost exclusively play Survivor, but I like 2v8 specifically because the chaos. The chaos is just real. Oh no. Ooh. I mean, he's first hook, so he can take it, right?
Attention alien army.
Yeah, she
we do
knows.
have a raid incoming. I repeat.
Oh my god!
Raid incoming.
Oh my god, Mori! With the raids? Thank you so much!
Mori Morana _ rated your channel with 12 viewers.
Damn. Mori! How was the rest of your games? Thank you so much for taking your community here. I appreciate you. Hi, Mochi. Welcome in. Chaos Foxy's incoming. I love that. Hi, Daz. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hi, Fiona. Hello. We've come to take over the chat. Yes, come. You deserve it, actually. Gamers, if you came in with the raid with Mori and you don't know who I am, my name is MVP. The M stands for Micah. I'm primarily a Dead by Daylight content creator. I'm the official creator for Behavior. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm a survivor main.
Shout out to Morimorana
I have
underscore.
18 P100s. I love playing DBD. And when I'm not playing Dead by Daylight, you can find me cat sitting, dog sitting. I work at a horse's stables. Welcome in, everyone. Games were good. Thank you. How are you and how are games? I'm good. Thank you. Games are chaos. We've got like 5 people in here from the community. And it's just been chaos. And it's been good. Chaos has been good. I love it. That's why. Thank you for the shout out. Of course, gamers. If you don't follow Mori, please go check her out. Absolutely wholesome creator. Good vibes over there. Correct Survivor Gamer. Please go check her out. We're going to be going for a long time. Because we do have duos planned. Ooh, with Hannah. No. So we can look after you over here if you... I don't make this. I understand if you need to raid and run, please look after yourself. Stay hydrated. But welcome in. Play Flop Michaela. Alright, Sketch, you got it. Let's see. Who did I miss? I think I've got everyone. Chaos is fun. Yes, for me it is. For me it is. This is Foxy, Chaotic VTuber. It's all about Dead by Daylight life, cussing up a storm in both English and German. They're on a road to 300 followers. Let's go. But it looks more like a crime scene. Mind games, more like panic games. Looping, never heard of her. That is not true. Frosty. This 18+ streamer is lurker friendly zone, so come say hi or just enjoy the chaos from the shadows. Over at Mori, guys. Who do we still have? Let's see. Cage deserves Hatch, honestly. Oh, he's going for Gates. Why not? Oh, okay, Hatch. Yes. Beautiful. There was no escaping that. Alright. Well, geez.
Never gonna get
Good
my
sound.
dog from me.
Oi,
My dogs are so
Colonel!
cute and adorable.
Colonel with the 5
They're gonna be mine
gifted.
forever.
Thank you so much.
Eltekernal1 gifted 5 subscriptions.
What the fuck?
Eltekernal1 started a new
Colonel,
hype train.
I appreciate your support for the channel. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Gamers, if you got a gifted sub from Colonel, please be sure to thank them. Enjoy the act reviewing the free emotes, the sub badge, and of course the channel point multiplier. Colonel, that's 67 gifted subs to the channel. Thank you so much. Thank you. You really didn't need to do that. Jill, are you out? Are you spending points? I missed it. Mochi, I'm doing well, thank you. How has it been? Really good. Are we in the tourney together, Mochi, on the 24th in Zeronix's? Last one? No, I don't see... She's not live, and she's not DM'd me. I guess we keep going. I don't know. If you want. I so need to reboot my game. Unpin this message. I don't know. I should go live any moment, I assume. But we can keep going. My mom comes in with chicken soup and I said, oh, you don't look like a zombie anymore. I mean, that's good then. And that's actually making progress. I have to play Michaela. Hold on. I almost forgot. Here we go. I'm really good, Mochi. Thank you. I will be doing the raid and run. Of course. We'll be lurking. Thank you, Mori. Of course. Hope your games are good. It's good gaming today. It is. Thank you again for choosing me to raid. I really appreciate it. Oh, she was a bit worried. I mean, of course. You were not feeling well. Now the gameplay will be accurate with the survivor. I appreciate the chicken noodle soup. Yes. I could eat a chicken noodle soup. I don't mind. You got robbed of your beam? Already? We're still in pregame lobby. If you would say that's negative, if I visit the doctor and the first question isn't you look pale, are you good? I'm concerned. Oh. Yeah, Piano, we know that Anne was feeling a little bit sick. I mean, they were feeling sick yesterday. They were coming down with something. Um, so that's why we had that conversation. You got... No, someone took your class. Oh, well. I guess you don't deserve it. I got off Escapist because 0 scouts again. Yeah, nobody wants to play scouts. I mean, I'm definitely guilty of not playing scouts because I'm on the torchbearer. I've not made a lot of saves, but yeah. Do you know what I just realized? Let me see. She said... No, she said free from 7 p.m. So I will join you as soon as I'm free. So 7 p.m. UK is 8. Yeah, it should be any time. We just keep going. You'd rather play than have no one? Yeah, but you're also good at Scout, right? You're pale, that's why. And see-through. And that's still my own choice, but I will complain. Complain, Dad! Your dad isn't here. Oh, there we go. Hannah went live. She's gonna yet first, I assume. I'll wait for her to tell me I'm ready. Tell me she is ready. Okay, I need words. Words are hard. I'm gonna find a purple beam. Watch me. I'm watching. Don't worry. I will be watching, gamer. I'm watching your every step. The silly typo. I saw it. I want to do a gen. Can we do a gen? Do you know what I just realized? Martin! How are you, friends? Do you know what I just realized? No, Martin. Is this your new way of talking to people in like half capital letters and half normal? And is that your way forward starting now? Tell me. Now I'm curious, Martin. You're gonna have to tell me. Oh, you were mocking me? That's just rude. Colonel, thank you so much again for the 5 gifted and for the hype train. I really appreciate you. Purple medkits for me? He was being a bitch. I might have known, Jess. I haven't seen him so long. I forgot. I know, but I'm up front route. Yes, that's what I'm saying, Martin. You haven't been here. I mean, not that I blame you for not being here. I haven't seen you in so long that I forgot. You're just being honest, aren't you? I can respect it. You're welcome. No, I really appreciate it. Someone's already going for that. You don't go onto Twitch generally too much anymore. That's fair enough. You've had your fair share of... Oh my god. Where's your purple beam, bitch? Guess you don't have it. It's full of weirdos. It really is. We were having a conversation. Oh, that's a really good fucking hit. Oh. Yeah, I can't save that. We were having a conversation earlier about whether we get more mean people or nice, whether there's nice people online. I think that's what started the conversation. Do we get more mean people or nice people? And I feel generally over here in my channel, we get more nice people than we get mean people. Of course, I'd like to keep it that way. You'll find them on DVD. You don't find them on DVD. Nice people. That is so not true. Like literally, we just met Drag earlier here. They were a Wesker in our previous game, and they're absolutely lovely. Fellow Dutchie, it appears. And the only mean person we had was a Finnish person that said, yeah, I couldn't fucking vault because that was blocked. That said that I should get to work. Which I didn't really understand. Oh, I guess there's no eyes. Okay. Because, like Jess said, she does work. I don't know what the problem is. He's been MIA. Well, it's good to see you, Martin. How are you? What happened, Anne? Packing is done. Dahlia, when is your camping trip? Are you going for like... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Well... what's the holiday that's coming up? Himmelvaart? He's still chasing me, isn't he? Bro, this map always fucks me over. I never know where I am. Woo! Hi, Tragedy! Welcome in. Speaking of fellow Dutchies. Tragedy is a fellow Dutchie as well. Good to see you. How are you? You guys preparing for a destination wedding to go to, right? You and, I think I was talking to Mia about it. That's very exciting. Woohoo, Nederlanders! That's a rare occurrence? Yeah, I don't know, Martin. I see more nice people, I think. Maybe I don't want to see the evil people. Tomorrow, Hemelvaart weekend camping. Nice, Dahlia. I hope the weather is good and I hope you have a wonderful time. Martin left a few bad apples screw his opinion. Yes. But he said some like really sour apples. Did you get to work? No, I'm still gaming, Martin. I don't know what to tell you. You love how Romnos always say go to work or get a girlfriend, something like that. Like, what's the issue? Okay, this is last game, guys. Hannah is ready. So we will be. I will be changing to my dual screen. I get this. Hold on. You got your beam. Is it purple? Now you have to show me, gamer, if it's purple. He said yes. He said yes. You always laugh when I get messages like that while playing after work, and I always tell that to my girlfriend. Yeah! He doesn't want to show me because he's scared I'm gonna take the purple beam from him. You've got fucking 30-minute matchmaking ban because your internet keeps dying mid-match. That sucks! Listen, that happened to my gamer Laura as well, like 3 weeks ago. She was live streaming. Her game kept disconnecting and she ended up with a 30-minute ban because the game was disconnecting and had nothing to do with her DCing and stuff. That is so frustrating. That sucks, Jess. Wait, who gave me a sub? It was Colonel. Dahlia, I don't think you know Colonel. They, oh, maybe you do from back in the day. Colonel is OG community gang. They had been away for a while, and we just this week got reunited with them. What's happening over here?
Who let the dogs out?
Hope you're well. I'm good, Strategy. I'm good. Thank you so much for stopping by. Oh, you walked into a Wesker?
Red Panda Queen 94 followed your channel.
These things happen. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate your support for the channel. I might, but I might also be super duper bad at names. That's fine. I was just wondering because we've known each other for a long time as well. So I thought maybe you remember Colonel from back in the day. But yeah, enjoy your ads reviewing the free emote to sub badge. And of course the channel point multiplier. Okay, where are we? Gating, I think this way. Wait, you say there's quite some fellow Dutchies here? Yes, we have a lot of Dutchies here today. So in game with me, we have Anne, we have Jill, we have Spreadlake, we have Dahlia in chat here, fellow Dutchie. We just got connected with a Wesker from 2 games ago. That's a Dutchie. We have Rody or Roadster. They are actually an IRL colleague of my husband. There's Rody. Well, that was a mistake. And that sucks. You really upset this Wesker, didn't you? I don't know, gamer. But what I do know is there's only one gate open. If he comes to check here, we're cooked. You rubber banded like I'm falling then teleport back up and fall? Yeah, that's frustrating. Shit, Jill's also cooked. And we don't have hatch yet. You vaguely remember? Must be around the time that you joined. They were still here. I'm sorry, Jill. We want to give you a hatch, but there's no open gate here. We can't leave. Does anyone by any chance know Eyelash Master around Amsterdam? Does anybody get their lashes done in Amsterdam, guys? I don't make it. Also, if Wesker Dash is here, I'm cooked still. Go, go, go! Okay, that was scary. You hate sables? You died to a sable? That's unlucky, Derek. It's not every sable, but it's always a sable. Well, I'm glad we got you out, Sketch. They were very upset with you. I don't know why. Gamers, thank you so much for the games. I appreciate you hopping in for open lobbies. I'm gonna be joining Hannah right now for my duo gaming. Let me reboot this game real quick because I was getting some wonky fucking ass situations. Let's see if this helps. Are you queued for Survivor again, Dreg? Are you queued? Sorry, for Killer again and doing Survivor games in between. You're back. I feel so healthy again after that salad. It's time for a beer. Very good, very good. And they're TTVs as well. Don't worry, I had both of them. Yeah, that's what I figured. Hi, Angel? Angel, welcome in. Yes, GG, well played. My god, you clocked us over at that gen with that underground hit. What's that called? The trail thing? We had no idea you were there. What a good play. There was 3 people on the gen as well. That was a really good hit.
Ainge1
Good
CSA
game.
followed your
GGs.
channel.
No need, your lashes look great without. I'm happy, Rody. I'm happy. W Purple Beam. Thank you for the games, Jill. Thank you, Sketch. Granny, thank you for the lurk refresh. P62 on Dwight, let's go. Yes, Angel, I hope 2v8 is treating you well. I hope you're having good games. Hold on. Let me allow that. That's alright. You panicked in Scream on my duo. They're doing Jen here. Well, you guys had a really good game. Okay, let's see if I can join Hannah. Yeah, it's alright. Okay. Well, there will be next game. I hope the next one's better. That was really good hits. Who am I playing today, guys? Wait, we're in the Survivor lobby. Let me check. Yes, that's what I figured. We're not going to be doing VC. Almost 20k channel points. Oh my god, Anne, thank you so much for hanging out. Okay, good luck with the next games. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate your support for the channel and have good games. Have good games. Alright, here we go. We queue up as the old Wesker. Good old Wesker gaming, guys. You know the deal. That's pretty much all I play. Rody, for your information, I don't know if you have joined for 2v8 games before, but the idea here is that we're queuing up for killer game, but because the killer queue times are so long, you can play Survivor in between games. So me and Hannah, we're playing together today, so we're queuing up as killer, but in between when we wait for our game, we play Survivor games. So that's what we're doing today. Guys, I don't know who to play. No. It's built in. It's built in, Rody. It's play while you wait. Basically. I don't know if the LED is the play here. She's the white shorts are so bright. Maybe I do play Michaela for now. I don't know. Let's roll with it. Rody, thank you for the hydrate. Where's my... Oh, this is... I have some tea left. Let's go. The worst thing on 2v8 is that I get that same map 5 times in a row, and I hate that map. I hate that map too, Angel. I really do. I really hate that. I hope you get some better maps later. Anybody still gaming and wants to keep going, guys? If you all want to play more Survivor. Some of you have an edit, I think. Oh, you're an Oni main? Then it's extra annoying? Yes, I get that. I don't understand the difference between the bushes. Sometimes they're solid and sometimes you can walk through them and you can never know. So annoying. Ah, 2-minute cooldown. Damn. We have to wait. Always worth asking? Yes, of course. The hitbox of the tree is bigger than players? Sometimes, I suppose. Yeah, and I understand, especially on killer, that's frustrating. I struggle against Oni, I'm not gonna lie. I think Oni is slowly moving up to my top 3 most hated killer with Ghostface and Spirit. This is a very long load time. You only have 350 hours on DVD, so I'm only P31 on Oni. Literally, that's very impressive, actually, Angel. If you've only playing for a few hundred hours. What is this ping? 200 ping! Love to see it. And you've already got a P31 only? That's kind of huge, actually, if you ask me. Okay, Wraith. I can have more, but I get P3 on killer for the perks. That makes sense. That makes total sense. That's what I did back in the day. That makes total sense that you want your progress across your killers and your survivors. Maybe I don't know if you only play killer. For me, it was more for survivors, but I do have most of my killers P3 and up. Yeah, you want your perks 100%. Oh, it's a Trapper Wraith combination. Okay. Where did she just untrap a trap? I didn't even see that. Oh, I was right there at the pellet. Main's gotta be trapped up the fuck. I'm not going there. You're forced to play Survivor? I don't want to wait 30 minutes and look on the wall. Yeah. Okay, so you play... You play Survivor while you wait on Killer. Yeah, that makes sense. But you don't need... Oh my god, they got sent all the way up top. I'm gonna have to go check if there's someone to go for this unhook, right? Yeah, but you won't need perks for either Survivor or Killer if you play 2v8, right? So that's what I was wondering, if you also play Survivor and 1v4 and 1-2. Fuck this! Well, I trade this, because there's no one here and apparently I can't unhook, I don't know. Well, GG's. Oh my god, what a demon! Fuck. What's up, Anne? Yeah, Bing Bong. I don't know which of the two is on ping. The key, look at the key floating in Lara's hand. What the fuck? Press tab. Wraith? Ah, okay. Trapper. Oh! Holy blast mine! I got blinded from the blast mine. That was scary. Does Kate not want to get healed? That's fine. Is she okay? I mean, she should have gone for a heal when we were all together. I don't know. These gens all got done. Am I seeing a tonic here? No. If Wraith comes here, I'm cooked. Like, there's no escaping this. If he comes here and I'm injured. Oh, here we go. Yeah, GG. You're always so good with those unhooked mini games. You must be good with games which use party and dodge. Playing Jedi Survivor right now. And I'm so slow. Nah, I have a lot of experience in this game, and it's more the I'm better at the strategy than I am at the like the chase. I'm not going through main. That's gotta be trapped up the fuck. It's a timing thing probably, since you've done it so many times. Yes. It's understanding what are the people around you doing And what does that mean for the situation that you're in, Rodi? You can see all the characters on the left. And I can see based on, like, the icons that are next to them, what they are doing. So I can see if people are on gens, I can see if people are injured, I can see if people are on hook. And that massively helps. Decide what your next step is, you know? Uh-oh, errors were made. GG. Alright, let me set up my collab with Hannah here. Kate Bot. There's Hannah. Oh. I get what you're saying, but that doesn't factor in the timing to get the bar and the white line right more if you need to cancel it. Yeah. Yeah. That's true. You like to play Vittorio? Survivor is my Pookie? That's great! Vittorio's a great survivor. The reset's going well. Lots of sweat. Are you playing 1v4, Colonel? It's gotta be super sweaty. This is good. Perfect. Hi, Jen! Welcome in. How are you? Happy Wednesday. Welcome in. Are you on that 2v8? Are you playing, Jen, or are you just chilling and watching? You're on 1v4? Okay, yeah, it's gotta be. Reset is reset just happened, right? And yeah, it's a sweat fest right now. Fire everywhere! Wait, there's fire? You're just chilling and watching, you're not on TV yourself? By yourself? Oh, that makes sense. There's a lot going on. It's good to have at least a duo, right? People just leave you to die on hook if you don't have a duo on 2v8. Jill 100% always saves my ass. Um, we've got a couple more collabs this week. Looking at the stream schedule. So on Sunday morning, I'm gaming with Lake, and Monday I'm gaming with Hex. So 2 more collabs. Tuesday next week is the last day of 2v8, then it's back to normal. And we expect them to start the pre-anniversary, the Road to Anniversary events. Exactly. By the way, how are you? How are you doing? I'm good. Thank you. I'm doing quite well. Wednesdays are quite chill generally for me now. Because I used to dog sit on Wednesday, but now it's Monday, Tuesday. And it's really cleared my Wednesdays for me. A spread lake, yes, a spread lake gaming on Sunday. So I had a chill morning. I did some stuff for work, had an early meeting. Then I went to the stables. I worked at the horses. It was a long session. It's just working at the horses is harder when it's raining because mucking out is more difficult. It's more heavy. My coat was getting like soaked. It wasn't the best. But I treated myself to a wonderful lunch. Afterwards, I sat inside at a tiny table of a restaurant in the sun. It was sunny then. Okay, it's good teamwork. Good teamwork. Is he chasing Hannah? Or is he just very lost right now? I think he's looking for Hannah, but she legged it. She sent it. Like, she held W. She's off the scene. Oh, there she is. I got you. Did you guys need to turn on your heating today? I mean, we didn't, but I definitely put my winter coat back on. I hope I didn't need to until at least September. I know we've had such good weather and now it's so cold. Since yesterday I've been so cold. You didn't need it for most of the day, but still, yeah. It's been so cold. I agree. You heard your name? Yeah, I was talking about which collabs we have left, Lake. Oh my god, there's 3 gens left. There has to be an AFK killer, right? They're not doing anything? Because it's been... Hello? I don't know, let me get some points. No one's hooked? We don't need the green tonics? I don't think they're playing, honestly. Everyone's on gens. Yeah, so it was hard work at the horses, but like I said, I treated myself to a nice lunch, which was wonderful. And I did some editing. Oh, beam upgrade. Don't mind if I do. For those of you that were here last week when I was gaming with Claust, we got Sketch in a random lobby. Sketch was on Killer. And they were live as well, so I was able to get clips from both sides for that game. So the TikTok should be going live on Thursday. So it took it's a lot of editing, right? Because I have both POVs. But I finally finished it. So that was good progress, and you'll have to see it Thursday on the TikTok. Oh, some people over there are gonna be dead. Oh, Hannah's there. I'm gonna wait here. Oh yeah, there was a Billy, was a AFK. And Oni's just there in power running into him. I'm ready to go next. Then I went to these cats. I'm cat sitting this week. They're very shy cats. But they're very cute. So I always go and sit in the living room quietly. And, wait for them to come join. Free XP? Yes. But ideally you want the game, right? But yeah, that's unfortunate for them that the other killer was AFK. So I sit there quietly and then they both sneak into the living room. They're very cute cats. They're a bit shy. So that was all done, and then yeah, I hopped on for some games and some stream, and now together with the wonderful Hannah. I don't think she will be queuing up for another survivor with 4 minutes on the timer. It's probably not even 4 minutes. We tested it on Monday, right, with Papa Thor, when there was a timer for like 6 or 7 minutes. 6, 7. And we would just say, I think it's under a minute. And sometimes it would literally be 30 seconds. So let's see. You're thinking of gonna go to a cat cafe next week? I'm hoping they kind of like me. Oh my god, Rodi. Big fan. That's a good idea. I went to a cat cafe once or twice. I mean, there's always gonna be cats that want your attention. 100%. It's gotta be such a good experience. That's why I do so much stuff with animals, right? It only takes one. That's it. You only need one. That's why I like to work with animals. Like when I'm not feeling great or something, I could always count on the dogs to snuggle up with me on the couch, or when I'm like, you know, I'm kind of like a rational person. So my emotions don't always show immediately, but sometimes when I'm at the horses and I start to like feel more than I think, my emotions come out, and then the horses come up and check on me, and it's just so wonderful. Alright. Killer games. And horses mirror emotions? Yes. Yeah, they always know. You love animals too, Anne? I knew that, actually. You're always talking about your cats. So yeah, cat cafe sounds like a wonderful idea. And if it's local, you don't have to say anything, Rodi. You know about locations and stuff. But if it's local and if it works out, you could totally like make that a recurring thing. Doesn't have to be like weekly, but totally. But horses are big, less scared. You are less scared of cats? I mean, we got a lot of the tiny horses, the Shetland ponies. Oh, they're so cute. They're always like coming up to you, like see if you got some food. Yes, Anne, you did used to work with horses. You told me all about it. You're really good with horses. I'm very sad that you don't get to... Where do we think they are? Yes. Yes. That you don't get to ride horses anymore. Ah, they are there. Oh, green tonic. Don't mind if I do. We don't need that. Who's here? Hello? The Adas are trouble, by the way. So I'm not gonna go there. I already saw them in the... lobby, and I was like, oh yeah, these Adas are trouble. Steven! Fuck, I should have gone for the tentacle. Former colleagues got mangled by horses! So there's that. I mean, that's gonna be good. Yeah, that's not a story you want to hear, right? When you're not when you're already like scared of horses or like. Hold on. Yes, that hits. That's huge. It's in The Hague. Okay. And afterwards you have darts tournament. Oh, nice. I mean, that's gonna work out then. Oh, hold on. No! Ah! Bolt it! Thank you! Thank you! Who's here? Hold on. I missed. Girl, I'm a flop. I told you these ADAs were gonna be so much trouble! Let me send you an old pic. Yes, I want to see it. She can go to hell, by the way. I'm not chasing these ADAs. Yes, you go there. Have fun. Enjoy. Friday work, you start at 6:30? Rondje Achterhoek? Okay. I'm all over the place. That's for work, Rodi. Lake drives trucks. Oh my god, the sprint burst. Who did that? Who was it? Was it this Adam? I'm so mad. Damn! Rodi, are you off? I was talking to Lake about this. Because we have like a mandatory vrije dag. Like I can't even work if I wanted to. If Hannah's playing only in power, I can pick up the survivors. Oh, she got stunned? In power? That's crazy. Where are we going? I'm just gonna go check gens. Thank you, Anne. I'm curious. Oh, so close. Is she gonna go for the pallet? She is. She's gonna. There's no pallet. GG, no pallets. Hold on. Oh, fuck me. No, 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 no. That's not how it works. Body block. I don't know where the ADAs are. Are they here? They're not here. Good, 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 good. Yeah, you were saying you can't remember Friday after Hemelvaart that you didn't work? I know a lot of companies that do that stuff. Who's here? No one. Literally no one's here. Alright, moving on. Beautiful. I pick, I pick, I pick. Go, 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 go! Gamer, go! I pick! Does she want to keep going? No, she picks. Okay. Nice. Good stun. We need to stop truck driver's brain. No, we really do. Oh, that's Oni. I thought it was the Ada. No, I'm not chasing her. I can't be asked.
Never gonna get my dog from me.
Colonel,
my dogs are so
thank you
cute
so much for
and
the gift. It's an
adorable. They're
Odie.
gonna be mine forever. Ha, 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 ha.
El Tekernal gifted 1
But
subscription.
Odie, enjoy the ad reviewing the free emotes, the sub badge, and of course the channel point multiplier. Did it? Rain. Where are we going, Rain? She pre-drops this because she pre-drops everything. Zone her back. Oh, she has another repellent here. Oh, she got stuck on the rock, guys. Is the Ada's here? I don't know. I'm picking. Am I? Yes, I'm picking. That's why you got ads? I thought I had a sub. No, Colonel gifted you one. Thank you so much for your sub. 68, almost a funny number. How's it going over here? Hello. Shit, she drops this. Hold on. Oh my god, the mind game! It worked, guys. It worked. Not sure if it's nice. I'd rather have the choice. It's too hard to root for the killer right now. It wasn't even a hint. I mean, you already got the sub, right? So it doesn't matter, Odie. I'm not chasing her. I'm sticking with Hannah. If she gets it down here, I can pick for her. True, you're good? Yeah. Did Rain... Oh, Rain died, I think. Oh, there's 2 people there. Who's on a chest here? Oh. There's Rain again. She's gonna run into the Oni. Yes. It's her death hook. That's unlucky. Just missing a little giggle when seeing 69. We will get to it one day. I'm gonna check the gen in the corner. It sounds like they finished main. Oh my god! Is she gonna pick? Yes. I have to ask her if she wants to stay in power. I mean, right now it's working out. I haven't seen this gamer all game, by the way. We already had 6-7. We did. She's gonna drop this. Oh my god. There's nothing here. Body blocked by the zombie. No way. Wellness landing. Oh my god. She went so long on that little side. We already had a lot of 6-7 and 6-9s. This week we had people with the doggo treats. We had people with the stream streaks. Oh my god. She did a treat tech and I almost fell for it, guys. I almost fell for it. I hate it when that happens. Where did she go? Nice. She has another pellet here. Let's see if we can keep the pressure up. More pellets. Yeah, this... Okay, I just bloodlust this, right? I just keep going. Nice. Good. I told you these Adas were trouble. They're too good. Hold on. Hello, Cheryl. You have nothing there, gamer. You should have stuck by your pellets. She just holds it. Love it. People are so easy sometimes, for real. Colonel, normally for the subs and the gifted and stuff, we spin the wheel, but I'm out of jawbreakers. Hello! I help. So we're not gonna spin the wheel, but I will put on some ears. Who's here? Steven? Steven! I hear you! He goes straight for the window here. No! He's... Wrong side. Unlucky. Hello! People forget about aura, guys. People forget that their aura is showing in the game. Okay, hedge game, hold on. It's not! It's not hedge game still! Where? Hello! I'm Cheryl. Oh my god! She smacked a zombie. Ah, GG's. Good game. That was not bad at all. Oh, they were all dead? Everyone died. I thought somebody got hatched. Wonderful. Let me find the Furgo ears, guys. They are our favorites. So, Colonel, thank you so much for the gifted. We'll put the Furgo ears for you. Because they are our favorite ears. And eyes, basically. I keep being too late on the messages. And I'm sending messages in the in-game chat. I'm not fast enough. And also I'm distracted. Oh, Anne! What a beautiful picture! Bro. You just put a World Cup hat for me. You don't even have ears. Oh, you don't have ears? I have a whole bucket these days. My mod Mina bought me a whole bag of ears. We have giraffe ears, elephant ears, mouse ears, cat ears, tiger ears, dog ears, everything. And our favorite is the frog ears. And of course, we have the bear ears as well, which are just absolutely lovely. Sub nearly killed me. But you got a pip. Ghostface P18. Get them out of here. Get them Ghostface gamers out of here. You were 16 there. She's a cutie. Oh. It's really cool that you had that experience early on. And with the horses. That's really cool. She was the horse that was deemed unruly. Oh, and I was able to do everything with her. She just felt your energy in and she was comfortable. It's a big compliment, honestly. What is that, Oni? Okay. She was mistreated a lot, very scared. Yeah, that makes sense. Don't come here. He goes to the gen, right? Yeah, oh, I snuffed this. That's too bad. Oh, I die. Fuck me. He's got power now. Yeah, that sucks, bro. Fucking hate Omen. Fucking hate it. You loved her a lot, I can imagine. When you stay calm and show them you're not a threat, it's half the work. 100%. And that's why a lot of the horses at the stables come hang out and check me out, even though I'm just there, like, cleaning, right? Mucking out. But they feel, like, comfortable and they come up. You love asking dumb questions, I'm gonna do it again. You never ask dumb questions. You're dual streaming right now with Hannah Infinite G, but with separate chats, but combine them is also an option, right? Yes, Rodi, that's correct. That's not a dumb question at all. How are you supposed to know that if you don't stream? We can. It's an optional thing. I personally don't like it because it makes it more difficult for me to keep up with my own chat. There is a way that you can see it, but I find it very... You have to focus a lot more. And also, when I think it differs per occasion, but sometimes you're gaming with a big streamer, right? Or sometimes a person's chat is more active. These things happen. It doesn't say anything about anyone's performance or if anyone's better as a streamer or not. But it could be an awkward situation if you feel like nobody's speaking in your chat and you're watching all of the things happening in your collabs chats. It could be a distraction, you know, and you just sit there and you're like, I don't know, maybe I'll just talk to myself. Sometimes it's also very distracting to read their chats because it kind of takes away focus from the game. Hannah's still on the floor. Let me see if I can go pick her up. Does she not have power? She does. She did get up. Okay. I almost died to this, by the way. I didn't even see it the first time. Sure as hell didn't see it the second time. Can he he doesn't step in a trap, right? I was gonna trick him by stepping into a trap, but I don't think the killers can step in the traps if they're paired with the trapper. Thank you for the lurk refresh, Granny. I hope you're having a good stream. I appreciate you keeping me tabbed. Oh, Beam. You sat in the field day by day and slowly she came towards me. Oh my god, that must have taken so much of your time and your patience, but so worth it, right? Okay. Can a trapper strap in his own trap? Jill, are you still here? Came towards you and then happened and took a picture. Oh wow, that's cool. I mean, they just know everything. Thanks for the explanation, I get it. I do like the feature though. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's actually pretty awesome. Kinda want to find a green tonic, but I think I'll stick the gen for now. We don't have a TR here. I'm comfortable. I'm gonna check up in main. Fuck, I'm gonna go now. Nothing here. Nothing here either. Not lucky. Wait, there was one here. Somebody took it already. Okay. It was worth it, I can imagine. That was the sweetest horse kiss. Oh my god, that's great. What a wonderful experience. This gen must be dead by now. I don't think anyone went back to it. It's so far in the corner. This trap is still here though. Yeah, this gen is dead as hell. The exclamation mark dance! Thank you for the dance, Lodi! That Shack gen is almost done. I need to go. Do you have power? Yes. Traps? Yes, look at this. Gamers, we're gonna have an ad break. I'm sorry, I forgot to snooze. I appreciate your support for the channel. We'll be right back. Holy hell. Okay, I guess we're not healing over here. Damn. Thank you, Hannah. Ads? You don't have those things because of Colonel. I had to sneak in our shout outs. I love that. Much deserved. Yeah, problems. Just drop it, Hannah! Save yourself! How's she doing, guys? She's a professional. Hold on, I use power and get up. No! She's first hook though. Get me up, get me up, get me up. Cool, cool. I'm out. I'm off the scene. Bye-bye. Somebody's going for an unhook, right? Only's with me. I can't do anything. Shit! Oh, she's off. She's off the hook. She's off the hook. It was worth your time? Yes. Huge. Was that a bear with a cat on his back? Yes, Rody. You eyes do not deceive you. I don't know if it's, I don't know if that's a skin from anything existing, Rody. GG's to everyone who wasn't Jane. A really good thing, welcome in. GG's. GG, well played. I hope you're having a fun time on 2v8. You don't like Jane gamers? I hate to say, I'm scared now to tell you I do have Jane P100s. I'm gonna be honest with you. But yeah, it's GG's. Or was it just this particular case you didn't feel like the Jane was strong? Hex, thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate you. I'm telling everybody about our collab on Monday. I'm looking forward to it. The last full day of 2v8. Oh, she was teabagging and Russian. She had to die. She got what she deserved. I mean, yeah, if she's BMing in game, I understand. Yes, GG, well played. Sorry you had to cancel. Were you supposed to play together as well? You can't blame me neither. Looking forward to it. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate your support for the channel. Yeah, she's been
Tatu
sick.
Waffles followed your channel.
These things happen, right? Your voice isn't good in the moment? Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't go well with streaming then. Last 2v8, we were also kind of... I think it was the same situation, Hex. I think we were the last Monday as well last time. Rody found some dogs. Those dogs are out. Yeah, that really doesn't help with streaming if your voice isn't good. Do you let them out? Out? I mean, you've got the dogs out. Billy! Don't get sniped. Well. Nah, that's just me. I'd rather fully recover than half. and have a fallback. Yes. Yes, you have to make sure you get better. There's no need to pressure. Hex, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 44. I'll be lurking and twerking. I love you. I love you too, Hex. Thank you so much for hanging out. Speaking of movies, did anyone see The Strangers Chapter 3? I'm having a hard time still seeing it in cinema, but I don't know if I need to. Did see part 1 and 2? No, I've not been with the shits when it comes to movies. I make no time to go to movies. I can see a blue tonic over there. I was really hoping for a tonic under this gen. Why not? I'm scared to ask. For the last movie you saw in cinema? Because of horses, right? Yes. Yeah, I'm mostly just gaming or streaming when I have time off, you know? So, you know, I've got the office job, I've got the horses, dog sitting, cat sitting. Then you have your household stuff, looking after yourself, your relationship. And that leaves some time, and then in that time I am mostly streaming gaming. And then there's family, and that kind of all takes priority over going to see movies. I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember something that I saw in the movie theater. Toy Story 3? No, I actually watched that on my laptop. I had it downloaded, or someone send it to me. I don't know. That was a long time ago. I've definitely been to the cinema since. I know one of Len's friends took us to a movie to celebrate our birthdays or something. I can't remember which movie it was. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh. Well. Yeah, I don't make it anywhere. Yeah, I think it was good. I just... You know which movie I saw in the theater? Gladiator 2. Now that was good to catch in the cinema because of all the spectacle. I'm so dead, guys. It was quite the spectacle. Where are we going? Oh, fat shame spot right there. Rude. Let me do this totem. I've earned it actually. True! You watched it on streaming last week. That is one of those movies you need to see in the cinema. Yes. Big spectacle. Very entertaining. Don't take it too seriously. Just let it overwhelm you. Blue tonic. There we go. She gets the blue tonic. We do the gen. Good teamwork. I'm gonna check main for green tonic. Nothing here. Turn around. Damn. She's dead. I can't save her. They're both there. I'm Deathloop. Hey, it looks like you're ready to buy some pips. Give it time, Colonel. You'll have a whole month. You'll get it eventually. Like, you play well enough to get your pips. Let's see if someone's gonna go save Hannah. I can't see on her screen if someone's going for the save. I think she's yapping. Oh. Is someone here? Yes, okay, I'll go. Ah, she got saved. Okay, beautiful. She got saved. No tonics here. What else? Blue tonic again. I need a green. Holy Silent Billy. He's here, no? Sometimes the audio is so loud and it's like they're double teaming. Imagine. Imagine! The flash grenade is new for 2v8. Yes. What does it do? I don't have. I've seen it used lots of days. So the problem with the flash grenade is, it's going for a save, Rody. So that's why I was kind of lurking for this gamer that was on the floor over there in the house. If I can get close enough, if the killer picks, I can save them with a flash of light. But they have to face you. you have to be close enough range, and they have to not have seen you for it to work. And because I also prioritize gens, because for me that's the condition, right? For people to escape the game is doing gens. I don't get a lot of opportunity for saves. If I don't sit on gens, Gen Z, for example, no! Then I have more chances to go for a flashbang save. I definitely think we already got one today. But definitely not since you've been here. Tana was dead already too. How the fuck did she die? She was like, no hooks. I mean, to be honest, there was only a couple gamers left. Hold on. We have to say happy birthday to Granny, guys. Yeah, gamers, for those of you that know Granny, it's her birthday today. She is live right now. Please go check her out, say hi, say happy birthday.
Shout out to Forgetful Granny.
I'm trying to find it because I already got a really cool save today. Let's see if I can find this clip. Bro, sometimes I feel this clipping mechanism is not working. I'm clipping all this stuff. No, it was definitely after this. Oh yeah, it's this one. There, you can see it in action. Yes. Nice. Nice. Beautiful. Oh, this map. I hate this map, guys. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate the support for the channel.
XX Liz 062493XX followed your channel.
That girl just fucking held W. Hi from Anna's community. Welcome in. I appreciate your support. Thank you so much. It's Liz, isn't it? Oh. Yes, come here. I hope you're well. And thank you for the hydrates. Gamers, be sure to stay hydrated. If you don't have a drink, go get some water. If you've got a drink in front of you, take a sip. Look after yourself. Stay hydrated. I don't know. I swing. Nice! We don't need to encourage this, Nemi. I know you're a Nemi enjoyer, insta follow. Yes, this is actually my only... It's the only killer I really play. Fuck, I can't do this. Beautiful, I pick. Oh, she's out of power. Did you kill? Oh my god. Oh my god! That was scary. I am an Emery enjoyer. Insta follow? Thank you. I appreciate your support. I really do. I'm a survivor main, but yeah, when I play killer, I play Nemi. I'm learning clown on 1v4. Oh, fuck my life. I'm getting juiced. Okay, I need to fucking kill. Yeah, there's all these juicers here. I can't. Ew, clown. Yes, I am a clown enjoyer. You're a Nemi main, so you're biased? Nemi's good. Nemi is good. Yes. And I see a Sonic here as well. Glad you told me about the hydrates. It was thanks to Anne, who was always looking after me. Last mine. Nice. W pellet drop. Okay, I'll take it. She has 2 more pallets here. I hate this map, y'all. Nice. Granny stream was fun. Thanks for that. No, I appreciate you going to check that out. We love Granny over here. Absolute sweethearts. Loft and Jill, it's Granny's birthday. If you want to go say happy birthday. Cool, cool, cool. Look at what are those zombies chasing? Look at them. A little chain. Let's go check it out. It must be important. They're all look at them. It's a little chain of zombies. Two Kates. I mean, I can respect it. Fuck. I fucked it up. Oh! Love to see it. No one here. W Granny, she always comes to save me, no matter what. Yes! She throws a lot of games because of her trading hooks, but she always saves. That is true, Jill. Could you also just play zombie? No, they're NPC. Oh, it's the Fong again. I do not need this in my life. I just keep going, right? This tile. I just keep going this time. Just walk around for 3 hours? Why would you want that? She's gonna do main. Okay. Errors were made. I didn't respect it. All zen and stuff? You think these guys are zen? Hold on. Are you zen? I don't think so. I'm gonna be honest with you. They don't know any better. That's true. That's true. If that what zen means, if that's your being. I mean, this one looks kind of zen. Maybe you're onto something. What about this guy? Yeah, he looks happy. He's smiling. Right? Polonesa, yeah. Hold on. It sucks. Last mine. Ellen Gaming, I got you. I'm gonna have to try and remember it. Spin? No. Nice! I can pick Hannah if you want to keep going. She does want to keep going. Whipping tentacles also looks like a lot of fun. I can get really frustrated though, Rodi, when I miss my whips. Because it's my power, right? So I need to hit at least 2 or 3 survivors to get my power. And then I can break the pallets with my tentacle.
My dog for me. My dogs are so cute.
Colonel!
They're gonna be
No
my
way!
forever.
You went for it!
Eltecronal1 gifted 1 subscription.
Subs to the channel. To new girl Liz here. Thank you so much, Colonel. I appreciate your support for the channel and welcoming new follower Liz, who is from Hannah's community, with a gifted sub. That means so much. Thank you so much. Liz, if you're still here, please be sure to thank Colonel for the gifted and join the after viewing the free emotes, the sub badge, and of course the channel point multiplier. Where did this person go? Like, hello? Oh! Oh, I respected that so hard right now. Oh, you're kidding me! Yeah, where are you gonna go now? Where are we going? Beautiful. There's nothing there. You just came from there. What are we looping? Oh, nice dodge. I have to give it to her. I should have just gone for the M1. She has nothing here. Now she makes it to this pallet. Oh my god! How am I falling for all of these fakes? Hello? And back to the pallet. Guys, she knows her rotations, her. M1. No, 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 no. I'm not gonna fall for that again. And not for the spin either. Good chase. Oh my god, that was
Never gonna
late.
get my dog from me. My
Late
dogs are so
gamers,
cute
what are you
and
guys doing?
adorable. They're gonna be mine
Late, thank you so much
forever.
for the 10 gifted. 300
Spread Lake
gifted
3 gifted
subs
10
to the
subscriptions.
channel. Lake, get out of here. You're crazy. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. And 300 gifts in total, Lake. I don't know how to thank you. I really appreciate it. Gamers, if you got a gifted sub from Lake, please be sure to thank them. Enjoy the app reviewing the free emotes, the sub badge, and of course the channel point multiplier. Yes, Lake, you are amazing. What's the plan? Oh, Hannah left. That's the plan. She didn't! Oh. Early vakantiegeld. Nah, Lake's always here supporting. Hex, enjoy the app reviewing. And the free emotes, of course. W Lake. Guys, I know I missed a lot. She's not gonna go here, is she? Oh my god. She held it though. Oh man, I thought this was a... Thank you. Bro, I chased this girl across the map. Back to lurk. First up, you for constant health. And a tax return. Let's go. I really appreciate you gifting subs here, Lee. Does she want to keep going? No, she's picking. Let's see if they're on this gate. They're not on this gate. I like this gift to subs the most when they're already in the stream. Ah. Hello. Or seeing the sub and coming into stream. Yeah, that's cool, right? Holy sable things. She's just sending it. Nope. Why would you go edge map? Oh my god, someone's gonna die on hook. Yeah, they didn't go for the save. Okay, they're not back on this gate. They're not on this gate either. Is Hannah chasing someone? No, they must be at the open gate then. Oh my god, they went to save the Sable. Okay. That's huge for her. Healed? Yeah, this gate's not ready. I'm not chasing the Fang. I'm sorry. I'm going back to the Sable, who for some reason decided to go back to the gate that's not open. Still not open. I mean, we just do the same thing, Sable. You go edge map, I hit you. Why would you do the same thing, Sable? There is nothing here. Bro, she didn't know where the open gate was. She goes back 4 lane. I heard a hatch open just right beside us. I think... Oh, she got stuck on a rock. She should have gone for that hatch. That's... Oh my god, the Claudette! What a demon! She saved her! That's huge! Only one person can escape. Oh, shit! Ooh! I think they make it now, honestly. That's a huge endgame for them. That's huge. Absolutely huge. We lost the Claudette in all of this. There's one hatch open. It's the hatch that we heard pop when we were chasing the Sable, which is this side of the map. She tried the other gate, I think, maybe. Or maybe she was looking for the last hatch. I think it was here. I heard it open. GG's. Sometimes they're for the entire Twitchverse, which is also good for the following, but less for the community. Yeah, I mean it's both ways, right? That was really good. She said thank you, well played. There, TTV as well. Yeah, that was massive. Good luck next. We play Ellen. And also... It's no Bantam Arkham Knights or Bantam Arkham Knights. Right. Okay, I have to play Ellen. I also need a quick toilet break, guys. I will be right back. Let me see. Do I have my charms on? I do. Wonderful. Okay, I'll be right back. I don't know how to pronounce it, but you know what I mean. Sorry, I was in a quick toilet break. Ayo, GG's. My god. The fact that you stuck around, Zephyr. No. Phaser. Jesus. I can't read. The fact that you stuck around in endgame to go for that flashbang save and you timed it perfectly, I can respect that. I'm a survivor main. That was wonderfully played. Well done. I think you were looking for the last hatch maybe at the end there. It was by the, it was actually very close to where you got the flashbang save. Hi, Luca! Welcome in! I hope you and your loved ones have a wonderful day. Thank you! That is so nice of you to say. I appreciate that. I hope you're having a good day too. That's a Chucky. I was making Nemi and Trapper with in your game. Nah, and is a bully. She be juicing all day long, her. Thank you for the gift sub. Yes, enjoy! Enjoy the ad review and the free emotes, the sub badge, and the channel point multiplier. I appreciate you coming to say thank you. That's very nice of you. Luca, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the redeem. Thank you for the 3. Oh, someone got yoinked. Is it a Ghostface and a Chucky? Is that what's happening? Oh, it's an Oni, and it was actually Hannah that got yoinked. I spawned nothing. I am so scared, and this man is just, you know, happy to be here. I don't know. He's just happy to be here. Oh my god, I pressed something. Okay, let's not panic. Ah. You gotta use the emotes. It's your vacay. We party in the vacay with the emotes. They're cute, aren't they? Gamers, should we add some new emotes for getting 1.5k? What do you guys think? I still have some animated emote slots, I think. Ah! Oh, Chucky. Huh! No! BT? No! Fuck! I die. Because I want to save this guy. I'm running into an Oni, aren't I? I don't think I make that. It's late and it's out of reach and all the things, and I'm frustrated as fuck about it. Yeah, you can't hit that. Pellets? Ah, GG, not pellets. Animated ammo slots! Hi Cal, hello tourney winner! Thank you Cal, that puts a smile to my face. Such good memories for this weekend. I appreciate that. How are you Cal? What's the max? It depends on how many, it depends on several factors, like how, kind of like, basically how big the community is, Rodi, and the bigger you get more slots. There's people that have easily 60 slots. I try to say thank you for the gift sub when you notice them. That's so nice. Multitasking and being in one stream when I get random sub in another. I try to say thank you. That's very nice of you. Fuck, a blue tonic. Before the stream ends. That's nice. I try to do the same because it's nice for the streamer, it's nice for the person that gifted. Oh, no, 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 no. I also, nice, he's like me. You see a survivor go for a pallet and he's like, yeah, I'm out. I can't get them anyway. You have a lot right now? We have good ones. We have several ones. Thanks to all of your support. You warmed up dog shit today. I'm warmed up dog shit today. What? That's a trip to the dentist. Oh shit, Cal. I'm sorry. I hope you feel better soon. Yes, big swing. Big swing. How are you? I'm good, thank you. I am having a really nice day. A chill Wednesday. Did some work in the morning. I went to the horses. It was raining. It was heavy, heavy work. But we got everything done that we wanted to get done. And then we went cat sitting. And yeah, we've been gaming for the last 4 hours, so all is well. +5 medal. Stream's been good. Yeah, we started with some 2v8 open lobbies, which is chaos as always. That's why I love it so much. No, Hannah. Nice. No, 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 no! You can't be here. I have to save Hannah. No. Oh, Hannah's dead. Fuck, 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 fuck. He was not supposed to be there, guys. I was gonna save Hannah. What's most interesting killers we've had today? None. There's literally no interesting killers today. This is interesting though. But let's save W. I think he removed the tonic. I was gonna go back to grab that. That's unlucky. Most interesting killer we've had. We've had a really nice pyramid head. They came in the chat and everything. Wait. Ah, there's nothing here. I was hoping there would be a tonic. Crap. No! The rock is too big, guys. The rock is too big. And thank you for the dance! You always bully Angel. We had a West coming and say hi. They were Dutch too! That's true! They should add Houndmaster? It's gonna be too complicated, no? Oh, I think you can see me. Fuck! I should have just run for the bang save. I'm sick. Thank you for the Pedro. Thank you for the dance, guys. And then 2 dogs? Yes, 2 dogs. 1 for search and 1 for chase. And you want that in 1v4 as well? You guys have such great ideas for DVD. I just will be taking that to the devs. There you go again. It's too short to really go for it though. It's one of the longest ones that I could find, I think. Okay, maybe I do a gen. I don't know, I'm just running around like a headless chicken. That's Chucky, by the way. Let's go. That said, I don't want them opening the Houndmaster folder. Killing it is already too prone to bugs to let them open a folder again. I listened to Slay. Absolutely. No. Get so upset about Wesker. You know, when you put so much time into a killer and then there's so much stuff wrong with it. Laurie, let's go, you and me. We fix this gen. Oh! I already used this pallet, guys. I forgot. GG. Mr. Fox, welcome in. And Jerry Daily Dogger Treat, thank you for the 12. I think we just crank this, guys, if we can. 15 minutes, alright, see you, Rody. I think we should make Houndmaster into the strongest character in the game. Stronger than Nurse, still don't really what player I fear. I don't know, I think if she's like super strong. Oh! Shit! I was going for a save though. People will play her. Lost your English translation. You're perfectly fine, Rody. Old Billy names who were insane on his back in the day stopped playing him because he was made too easy to use. Yeah, that's tough. That's painful. Didn't see the skill expression in it anymore. Yeah. You discovered something very annoying in DBD.
Attention Alien Army.
Oh my
we do
god!
have a
I want to know what it
raid
is, Mr.
incoming.
Fox, but
I
please bear
repeat,
with.
raid
Phoenix!
incoming.
Thank you so much for the raid! How was your games? Hi, Defeat, my doors. Elva, welcome in.
Fallen
Tootsie.
Phoenix rated your channel
We
with
already was so
43
cool here bringing
viewers.
the heat. Nah, you guys, you're the best, Phoenix. How was the rest of your stream? Thank you so much for taking your community here. I appreciate you. Hi, Gollum. Welcome in, gamers. Welcome in. If you came in with the raid with Phoenix and you don't know who I am, oh, my name is MVP. The M stands for Micah. I'm primarily a Dead by Daylight content creator. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm an official creator for Behavior. I'm a survivor main. I have 18 P100s. I love playing Dead by Daylight. When I'm not playing DBD, you can find me cat sitting, dog sitting. I work at a horse's stables. Welcome in, everyone. You're just getting on Subnautica, and this game is taking long. It's so long. Phoenix, thank you so much for the daily. Thank you for the 8 treats. Enjoy, enjoy. Games were not too awful, although your headache got worse and thing is were making me ragey. I mean, that's frustrating. If a headache in itself isn't annoying enough, playing DBD with a headache will send you. I sure the hell would send me. Oh, Christ. Haha, nice. Good mind game. GG's. Be sure to get some rest, Phoenix. I understand if you need to raid and run and recover. Please be sure to stay hydrated, look after yourself. Mr. Fox, tell me what's annoying about DBD. And Cal, you'll be honest, that's exactly the reason you've dropped Nurse. And only over the last couple of years. Devs made changes and made it too easy to remove the skill expression. Yeah, I understand that. That's frustrating as well. Artist cannot use her ability next to the hook. Yeah, how is that annoying? If a person's hooked to avoid injuring someone fast, but Dracula can use his flame, that's true. If timed well, you can hit the person as they get unhooked as the person hooked. Yeah. Do you know who else can do that, Mr. Fox? Henry the First. And I think Unknown can as well. Yeah, I guess that the annoying part of it is why are they being mean to artists in all that? Who's I playing? Michaela? Maybe that was it. I'm actually quite hungry still. It's because I didn't eat my veggies, isn't it, chats? That's why I'm still hungry. I deserve this. Hold on, Cal. Alright, a little bit of treatment theater. What are the chances we just finish main without being pushed off the gen? What do you guys think? Didn't work. GG. Can't even be self-deprecating around here without Automod having a moon with me. 0%, Jill. Exactly 0. The more I think about it, the more the 4-way heal is starting to annoy me. Because if there's 4 people healing and 2 people in chase, that means there's only 2 people on gens, if they are on gens at all. And it kind of annoys me, I'm gonna be honest. Welcome in everybody again from the raid. Gamers, if you don't follow Phoenix, please go check him out. Absolutely wonderful person. Beloved community member. Cracked gamer, by the way. Please go drop a follow. I don't know why we're getting ads, but I don't remember getting a chance to snooze it either. I'm sorry, gamers. We're gonna get hit with ads mid-game. I fucked up, didn't I? Well, fuck me, I guess. Literally. Wonderful. I hear a gen here. Surely we can pop this before we go for this unhook. Unless there's an Oni in power here. He picks, right? Nice. Okay, well, if we're leaving scratch marks, I can run as well. The Wraith is there. That is not savable. Oh shit, Hannah. Oh, they're both here. Oh, we're so dead. We're so dead, by the way. Oni's on me. No, they want Hannah. They changed. Fuck, well I can't go for a save injured here. Maybe I'll just best go on a gen. If the Wraith comes here... Oh, fuck. I was gonna go for the pellets, but I thought he blocked me in. And then I just stood there and nothing. You can juke them. Wraith is still looking for me. Ah, we did all the gens. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, Wraith is here. Well, Ada has to leave. And Jonah's not going for the save either. Sable dies here. Unlucky. I'm lucky. You bought Subnautica too? I mean, you like the first one, right? It makes sense. And with Anne coming in here talking about it? It all just comes back. It was hella scary? Oh. No, I'm not alone. Because they got co-op! Ah, perfect. Perfect, perfect. Oh, it's Bammy Gaming already? Hold on, let me put my controller to the side real quick. I need that mouse and keyboard. Yeah, Jill got it. You got a pip, Killer DC? Ghosty? I mean, if you made a Ghosty DC, I love to hear about it, Colonel. Also, you got a gift of sub from Lake. Much deserved. I hope you enjoy it. The ad reviewing the free emotes, the sub badge. It's wonderful to have you back, Colonel. Okay. Yes. I break this door. Oh my god. I guess it's a two-way street. Hello. Wait, where did anyone go? I don't know. No, I think Hannah's got this. I go to the next one. Oh, the hindrance! The hindrance is beautiful! Why were you... She ran back into me. Beam safe. Look, 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 Steven. I don't think he has a beam in his hand. He's just watching. I think it's fine. Hello? Do you think people went back to this gen? No. They went to the next gen. Clever. Oh, they must have run hella miles to go to the next gen. Is this one? Who's here? Yes! I needed that tentacle hit. Because now we can shred them pellets. Okay, no one on the gen here. Who's this? Hey! Who's on the chest here? Megan! Hold on. Who's on this gen? Get off my gen! No one's on this gen. Oh, I'm speedy. Hold on, let's see if I can do something here. Step 1. Step 2. Step 3. Oh, the speed boost. Unlucky. Why is everybody abandoning these gens? They have so much progress. Guys, they know something I don't know. They have to. They're onto something. I go this way. What's happening over here? The fog vials! The fog vials! The fog vials! Bro, she's taking me all the way back. I've just come from here. Can we... Who's here? Leon! Nice! Good pre-drop! I take this? She goes on in power. That's how you collab with an Oni. It's no issue. Maybe she can find that Sable that's wasting my time. Who's here? No one? Oh my god! She took out my zombie! Oh, the sprint burst. That was beautiful play.
XPHAEZR followed your channel.
Welcome in! I appreciate your support for the channel. Thank you so much for the follow. Okay, I just got absolutely rolled. Was that a Nia? Gamers never changed the Nia. There's no Nia in this game, by the way. I don't know what that fit is. Was it a fun? Who's here? No one. There. Oh, there's some upstairs. There's some people vaulting. Oh, the sprint burst. The sprint burst, the sprint burst. The body block from the Steven! Oh, that door's closed. Oh my god, that's so unlucky. No. You will not be allowed to gate this window. Go for the Nia that's not in the game. You got this. Thank you, Jill. You know what? The fact that you believe in me makes everything possible. Who's here? I think she's Deathhook. I leave her. I think that girl's Deathhook. Let's find someone else. Who else is here? Where's this Nia that we speak of? Sable? Wait. Oh, the sprint burst again! Who's here? No one? I don't know. Always. Thank you. I can never find anyone. No, I can't. I see the word glorp though, so that's good. I'm gonna need to look at that 7 TV, aren't I? Hello! Oh, fuck this window. It was an accidental mind game. I didn't even mean to mind game him. I just got fucked over by the fact that there was a window. I thought I could walk through there. Which way do we go? This way. I think? Yes, we kick this. Yeah, the green cat. I know, that's the one that they're always talking about. Lucky loves those glorp things. Bro, why am I here? There's literally one gen here. And there's literally no one on it. Let me go back to the other side real quick. Who's here? I'm hearing things. No. Leon! Nice. I heard you. Your zombies will help you track. Yes. I have to say though, they have been misleading sometimes. I don't think this is the play. I don't think this is the play. Look at him. Look at him hugging walls. No, this guy is a survivor main. He knows everything. He predicts my every move. He knows every tile. He know. Fuck. How did I have so much aura on him? That's kind of crazy. Don't be a pellet here! I swing! Fuck, sprint burst! I told you! I don't think he has a pellet here. He has a window. Oh my god, he faked it! Guys, made a record show. I told you this was a mistake. Wait! Wait! This guy's juicing! Dead arts! Holy hell, what a chase. Yeah, I know. I tried it, Jill, because Coffee showed it to me before. Look, it's the Nia! Oh. She don't mind game. Yeah, there's nothing here, gamer. Don't worry about it. Everything's been used. It's a Kate! Since when do Kates have hair like this? 2 arms for piano playing and wisdom together like cat playing. Who's here? Hey, Lisa, remember me? That's a dead end. Unlucky. I have to kick this because it's our last gen. Hold on. They're gonna go back, right? Someone's here, sneaking. No. No one's here. Okay. You get like 1,000,000 emotes. Yeah, but why would I want that? There's more emotes than I can ever use. Oh, I swung, guys, for after a Leon too. He kissed me. Come back. GG, no pellets. Nice effort. Easy clap. Have fun with the games, going off to bed. Alright, Dahlia. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out today. And have a lot of fun on your camping trip, okay, gamer? I'm hoping for good weather for you. Do you think they're all here? 1, 2. Sable's out. Hatchy Pool. Yeah, they're all out. Steven's showing off some more skills. I have no issue saying goodbye to him. There we go. You got an 8K together? Let's go! That's true. That 3%. Yes, that was a really good recommendation. That 3% is helpful. Yo. GG's. Now, there were some cracked gamers here. Absolutely cracked. She carried you? I'm not surprised. Was she on the Huntress? We did. It was great. More of that on Sunday night. Nice. That's something to look forward to. You showed Em how to play Nemi. You showed me how to play? You showed me how to play Nemi? Or you showed Dahlia how to play Nemi? I walked all over them, gamer. She on the Huntress, me on the Nemi? Ah, them. Yes. I'm like, Em. That's me. What do you mean? Everything you see here is taught by me. M them. Yes, but also M MVP, okay? Some people call me M. Literally, you call me M. It looks like you said I showed M how to play Nemi. And I'm like, I do not remember this. I have no memory of this. I'll show M next time. Gamer, this is too confusing. You can't be doing this to me. What do you mean? I'll show him. Look, a distraction. Fine. Sweet ends. There we go. Wait, who's here? Ah! Another Dorito. The second one. Don't take him back here, please. Please. Oh my god, that's Hannah. I only play Westcore Spirits. Those are good choices. Like, Hannah's juicy. The best thing I can do is with the gen, right? I can chase this chase and then miss the save, and it would be all this time wasted. You want to play Huntress to get your achievements? Yeah. They're leaving Anna. He knows everything. Oh shit, Hannah tried to go for that save as well. She's injured. She's so brave, guys. Their powers are hella buffed, so it's a lot of fun, so you can do even better stuff with it. Yeah, if I ever learn how to do spirits, I'll look into it. Can't wait for them to put Kaneki in 2v8. I don't know, gamer. 2v8, slug everyone. We have power though, like. Filthy killer main, right, Kel? Call him out. Disgusting behavior, this. Kaneki brings out the worst in me. Like, what do you mean, gamer? All I heard you say was, oh, there was a cute sable, so we farmed together. What do you mean? Only want some nice to the baby sables? See, I knew that. I knew about the baby sables. I almost stepped in the red sauce. Bro hates me. There's so much red sauce everywhere. This guy went to town. Oh, okay. I finished your gen. Literally, that you couldn't have waited 1 second to finish your gen to go for this unhook. Tunnel the baby stables? Now that's spoken like a true killer main, Cal. I don't know. Oh my god, he's here! Oh my gosh, he died. Ah, it was a mistake. That spin was a mistake. It was a mistake. I'll be baby Sable. They got it hard enough in DVD land, they need help. When I see the panic run against the wall, I think, oh, I'll leave them alone. Oh, not me. I take them out. GG easy. I have no issue. I'm a bitch like that. I take any free down. They run into a wall, you're mine. That's my point. Okay, someone's going for that save. I work a gen. I lost the gen, guys. It's right here. I lost the gen. Yes, I found it. Nancy. Nancy knows. I prepared a total of 360 generators. Anyone else got that quest done yet from the Rift? I want to know. Am I the only one that has it? He's gonna kick the gen to see me. He didn't. Is he chasing Hannah? Hold on. Yes. Oh my god! I would have had that save too! Nice! Good prediction! That was a good hit, guys. Honestly, I got rolled. This is not... Oh my god, he's silent, he's silent, he's silent, he's silent, he's silent, he's silent, he's silent. I ran into that. Hi! Welcome in! Kaneki is so incredibly strong. Wesker Spirit, you also go for Mercy? And I hit them with bar 5 seconds later. I mean... No! It was my death sentence. I signed my death sentence, guys. Why did I have to go for that save? That was not savable. I had hope. It was a mistake. Now he's chasing me. I'm Deathhook. Oh, he's gonna help his friend. Good, good, good. Why are we panicking? Why are we panicking? Which quest? It said I finished 360 generators already since the release of the Rift. And I want to know if anyone else has finished 360 generators. Jill, how about you have a look? How can I be so tired when I slept for 3 hours at 1 PM? You have some really long days. Blake, like, do not underestimate. You only scrim nowadays, so the baby stables are one of you. If it makes you feel any better, he had the aura. Yes, that makes me feel better, actually. I'm gonna go save Hannah this time. Hold on. I can't save her! He didn't get our aura from kicking the gen. I'm gonna guess this door. I'm guessing this door. He left, right? He's like, there's no survivors here. It's going to another door. Oh, that Jane is dead as hell. You've repaired 463 since the release of the Rift, Colonel. I mean, you like them gens. It's not a surprise to me. Oh my fucking god. No! Okay. I don't know, Nancy. I don't know. I think we have a problem. No! Nancy! Bro, I'm going further and further away from these doors. Hatch! Nancy! Please live! I had no idea it was a hatch game already. Oh my god, yay! W Nancy, guys. She saved me. She saved me! Oh, she's console. Damn. There's no hope in 2v8? There's some hope. I have hope. You got alive. Hey! Loop Lloyds! GG's, thank you for getting me out! You helped me. I found a hatch and I was like screaming, please don't die! Thank you so much. W Gaming, I really appreciate it. Anytime. I was pleased to see you got out. Yes, thanks to you. I appreciate it. I hope 2PA's treating you well. I hope you're getting your games. And thank you for stopping by. Yes, W Gaming. Yeah, Loftus. W Loftus, yeah. You look your Nancy looks just like my duo. So it was almost like my duo was there. He's also strong like you. Definitely. GG's, GG's. There's Nancy. Came to help. God, I didn't realize how much salt I was missing. These chips taste extra salty. Oh my god. And I thought you were talking about the games. And that people were being salty. But you were actually talking about crisps. Thanks. Of course, no problem. So Jill, you're not even close? You've played Rivals more than DBD? Yeah, I just do a lot of gens. They made you wait.
Happy and you know it, clap your hands.
Fuck you.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands.
Eat shit.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands.
Dumb cunt.
Gamer, I gotta make a clip from what happened on Monday. I don't know who was here. It was the game before we joined Papa Thor for games. And there was a Wesker, and we were gaming, and it was all good and fun. Some people died, some people made it out. And we were yapping. And they came in stream and said, GG easy, go cry about it more. And we were like, who's crying? Like, everybody already forgot about that game. Nobody's crying. Yeah, cry more. And I was like, oh, what do you mean? Rage bait, hello? Yeah, the Wesker. And then it just went easy, 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 and I was like, can some of my... Hi, Nancy! Oh my god, all the sweet Nancys today, guys. I love it. And I was like, can one of my mods please take him out? Because we don't need none of that stuff. We don't need none of that stuff. Oh, 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 oh. Holy swing, guys. What the fuck was that? Yeah, I figured he would go back. Yeah, Jill, you sent him through a window. Out of all things. On main building. The window, Wesker, yes. That's the one. Now he's back again. Look, 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 look. Okay, I made a mistake. Oh, Sprint Burst, W! Oh, we know he's coming back here. I think Wesker is dead, wait. Okay, maybe we finish this. Man's flying through a window at 2v1! Oh, check ballast been dropped. Oh my god, that ace is a gamer! I saved him. No, he sees me. No, he didn't care. I dropped this quick, quick, quick. Oh my god, I never spammed a button so hard in my life. There's no way he picked. I know I'm edge map, but also I'm trying to avoid Wesker. Oh my god, I have a Wesker. Nice. Huh. Okay. Oh my god, if he runs in a straight line, I'm cooked. Oh. No, 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 no! No, 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 no! Hello? Pellet, any pellet, please! For the love of God. Why are they so fast? Oh. Who? Ace! Ace is here! He's helping! Yes! He's back, guys! He's back! Oh, I'm so stressed. Nah, that was crazy. It's so boring going against the Wesker these days. You can't save. No, he's back. He's back. He's back. Is he? Yes. Oh my god, Wraith is also back. Shit. This pallet's gone. This pallet's gone. Yes. What do I have here? Nothing. GG. Damn. Not something to easily forget, right? Wesker's is boring. You can see that I'm baiting him to fly out the window, and the start and then he walks up my controller, disconnects for 3 seconds. I totally forgot about that. There's no way that that actually happened. Oh. Oh, he's here, he's here, he's here, he's here, he's here. I have BT, I have BT, I take a hit. Okay, I need a pallet, quick. Okay, there's a pallet here. I make this pallet, I make this pallet. Hold on. He swings! Yes, thank you! Oh shit. Oh shit. Wait, 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 wait. I make this! Somebody save me! Yes, Ace is here! Fuck, he knows everything. That's huge! Oh, that was 17 years early. I am so disappointed. Imagine. Shit! Oh shit, 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 shit. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. Not yet though, hold on. I'm running into a Wesker. I'm running into a Wesker! Are you kidding me?
You disappoint me. Is that the best you
A for effort, I can't lie. It was good, right? It was good. Come on now! Oh. Watch out, there's a Wesker nearby. Thanks, Lake. That's really good advice. W advice. Does anybody want to game, gamers? It's Hannah's last. Does anybody want to game if we stay on? I have so much energy right now. I think we can go for another hour. I feel good. I feel so much better than yesterday. I'm slowly recovering from the tournaments. Enjoying the games. You can hop on. Sure, you don't mind? Ah, cool, cool, cool. Yeah, if you guys want to play some 2v8s. I think we have one more survivor game and then a killer game, just to set your expectations. But Hannah said it was her last. I don't know if she's ending or not. Oh, Serena's dead. Yeah, GG's. She has another hook though. Alright, Hannah's back on the gym. Oh no, I don't think you make this. Gen tech! Generator tech! That's your right? No, it's gone. Yeah, you can't go back to that gen now. Oh no. No, the exact same thing happened to me. What did he get pinned on, guys? 1 pixel. Shit. The exact same thing happened to me. I was running from the raid, then I run right into the Wesker. Okay, she has a good pallet here. No, Nancy! Yeah, I'll use Sprint Burst. I wonder if they go to protect this gen. Yeah, there he is, there he is, there he is. He's terrified of that gen popping. You don't make that. There's nothing here! Oh no. 11 is trying to finish that. To no avail, sadly. Yes, Colonel, of course. You're gonna have to wait though, because I'm still with Hannah. But I think she's dropping. W Gaming. Granny, happy birthday, gamer! I hope you had a fun stream and that you're having a wonderful day. Okay, it's killer game now. So this should be the last game. No, thank you, Granny. Gamers, please be sure to say happy birthday to Granny in chat. It's her birthday today. She just wrapped up her birthday stream. Are you celebrating, Granny? Hey, the grandbaby's coming over. Okay, I think this is this game, and then we move on. Ooh. All right. Wow. Yes. Cold wind. Okay. I hate this map, I think, for killer, because there's a lot of these 50-50 pallets. Hello! I don't think I chased this. Everyone is here. Hi, Downtown Hustler. Welcome in. It's not my birthday, actually. We have Forgetful Granny. Oh my god. In chat here. It's her birthday today. Beautiful. Thank you. Oh, the hindrance. The hindrance is beautiful. What is he doing? You can chase survivors and get bloodlust plaster if you hit him. Yeah, I need to learn about that. Harmonica, I appreciate you. What was the Dwight doing? Hello, Christmas Dwight. What was the plan? Gamer, tell me everything. I need to learn how to do that because I... Thank you. Is Hannah here? No. I was nodding at her. I always bump into stuff when I try that, so I never feel like I am, oh, chest tech. I never feel like I'm actually either, yeah, this Nia. I'm not chasing her here. Fuck that. Like I'm getting bloodlust, or that I'm actually catching up, but there's the element of like losing chase, right? Because when you're like, who's here? No one. Blast mine. When you don't look at them or something, you lose chase. And I am still so busy. Hello? I am still so busy with like trying to mind game and like a little bit of focus. Yes, fuck him up. The Dwight got double teamed twice, by the way. That's at 6 gens. Like I've actually asked if you kick the gen, it regresses. Yeah, okay. I'm not a baby killer, Harmonica. I know the principles. My problem is the 50-50 pellets and how to make the most out of that from the killer side to get the down on the survivor. That's my issue. Like this. I don't even know if she's still here. She could be gone, I have to tell you. I have to be honest. That's his locker. That pallet that we were just at. Wait. The pallet that we were just at is a 50-50 pallet. It's like a small tile. Oh my god. Beautiful. Oh no! I should have gone for the M1! Nice. Does she have a beam? No. Okay. You've got 493 heals already, Colonel? Excellent progress. Excellent. This one. This is a 50-50 pallet. Because it's very tiny to loop at. Usually the killer's in advantage. But I don't know how to make it to my advantage. Nice. Blast mine. I could have sworn there was a survivor that way. Let's move on. Yeah, you don't have your sprint burst now, do you? Is she looping main? Oh, that can't be good, people. That can't be good for anyone. Not a single fucking time have I gone upstairs. Ah, that's why. God pellets. Okay. Yeah, GG's. I can't do anything. I need to leave this chase. GG! Well played. Moving on. That's the Renato. I don't need chasing him either. Was he doing a chest attack over there? Yeah. Moving on. This is the baby Renato. Hold on. Nice. I pick. You go power. Beautiful. Oh, this is regressing the fuck. Good, good, good. Hannah found them. Who's this? Talita? With nothing. Hello. Yeah, she knows it too. There's nothing here. Oh, we're eating so many blast mines this game. No, that's the Super Renato. I'm not chasing him. Oh, the blast mines. Holy hell. It's over, gamer. It's over. Oh, no, 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 no. We eating all the blast mines. This is also a 50-50 pallet. Too bad. I'm not taking her shack. It's a death sentence. That's the baby Renato. Yes, time to go. There's very little gems with progress. Oh my god, I knew it. What rift? I don't know, Colonel, but there's no way I'm at 66. There's no way I'm that far. Let's see if I can reveal some auras. Beautiful. I pick. She's here somewhere. Is the Super Renato here for a save? What are your top 3 anime? 12 has to be House Moving Castle. That definitely has to be my favorite. I don't know that I know like a whole lot more. Attack on Titan is definitely up there. I've not seen it. Beautiful. Holy hell, this game has gone by fast. It's just the Super Renato and the Nia left. If the Nancy is dead, it's Hatch game. Nancy is not dead. Blast mine. Yeah, it's Attack on Titan, right? So that's definitely up there for me. Here we go. Here's Super Nia. Beautiful. The Renato did not go for the save on the Nancy. So he's playing for a hatch, which is understandable, but also I thought he was like a good player and now he's just letting everyone die. Nancy's cage moved because we were camping. Nancy saved. Nia's here. You have a theory, Em? If though Killers are at a blast mine Jen. He healed the Nancy even. Nia let go. I go this way. Hannah goes that way. Hold on. Renato's out. He had no issues grabbing that hatch. You don't make that. Beautiful. Oh, oh, Mori time! Yes! That's our first Mori! Let's go! And Jenna, one picks the other. Yes, there are clips on TikTok. Yeah, it's really cool. GG's. Beautiful. Look at that Nemi smiling. That was a good game. I was thinking because it counts as blind. Yeah, it does. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, we're gonna keep playing Survivor. On the 2v8. Who is here? Colonel wants to join. Lake's here. Lake! What time do you have to get up, gamer?
I have to find my friends.
I have so many friends. We need a search bar. Jilio Star, are you here? Didn't get the invite. Can you join? Can you boot in? I accept it. I accept it. It's been such a good one, guys. I had a really lot of fun today. This whole week. My cat said meow. Do I feel offended or not? I think they probably meant offense, Jill. I'm gonna be honest with you. You can join Bug by Daylight. Okay, perfect. The Stranger Things girl? Yes, that's 11. My Jilio Star. Here he is. I'm gonna play Zarina. I'm not playing with this head though. There, this is better. Oh, much better. Holy pants. I wear this. Amazing. Yes! That Corgi hoodie, the one that I have, IRL. You've seen it, right, Anne? That I have that sweater? I bought it. I got it for my birthday 3 years ago. From my family. I have the Legion cardigan, the dog collection sweater. I have a t-shirt, a DVD t-shirt. That's why you put it on? Thank you, I love that. Oh my god, Gilio is on the Yunjin. You're in for something special now, guys. When Jill pulls out the Yunjin, he means business. He's gaming. It makes him powerful. This is by over 400 hours alone played a character. Yeah. I believe you. Stables, not even close. Oh my god, they're so... There's a slinger. They got here so quick, guys. Oh my god, the way I thought this was a Chucky. We both have hats on. We should be twins. We should be twins.
Attention Alien Army,
Hannah!
we do have a raid incoming. I repeat,
Welcome in!
it's raid incoming.
Thank you so much for the games. I had such a good time, and our killer
Mfinch
games
rated
were
your
so
channel
balanced.
with 26 viewers.
I feel like we both like hit and miss some things, but overall, such good results, and it felt like it was like easy killer game. Not like GD easy, but like I struggle sometimes playing killer, but I think today was so good. Juicy killer games, they were a blast. Yes. Hannah, thank you so much for the collab. I really, really appreciate you taking the time to game with me. And thank you for taking the community here. Gamers, if you came in with the raid with Hannah and you don't know who I am, my name is MVP. The M stands for Micah. I'm primarily Dead by Daylight content creator. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm a survivor main. I have 18 P100s. I love playing Dead by Daylight. When I'm not playing DBD, you can find me cat sitting, dog sitting. I work at a horse's stables. Oh my god, he's gonna kick that. So I need to go. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. Gamers, if you don't follow Hannah, please go drop a follow. Welcome in Hannah's stream. This British VTuber is all about the Dead by Daylight life, serving up some cozy games vibes when they're not too busy 2v8ing with friends. So true. Oh my god, Wesker. From slaying it in the fog to testing out new games, Infinity streams are always a good time. This is so true. Be sure to give her a follow and join the fun. Hannah, I understand if you need to raid and run. But yeah, thanks again for the collab. I had a really good time. You've got work in the morning after raid and run, but have the best rest of stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Go get some rest. And good luck with work tomorrow. I would have had work normally as well, but it's like a bank holiday tomorrow. It's a day off. So, very lucky. Yes, enjoy the ad previewing the free emotes, Hannah. And Lake, thank you so much again for the gifted to Hannah. Don't look at me so disappointed. Lake's in game, Hannah. But I'm sure he heard me say you're here thinking for a sub. Have a good one, gamer. There's a blue tonic right there. I mean, we finished this heal. Does, and you have a chance to spray? You did. Okay, wonderful. You're 1v1 with the slinger at 1 gen? Okay. He keeps coming back. He doesn't know, does he, Jill? About Yunjin and the power. The power of Yunjin. Oh, and you got so unlucky. He tried it though. Well, it was a mistake. Nah, that should have hit. I'm sick. He has no terror radius, by the way. Whoa, that scared me. Yeah, this is not good. Oh my god, that sprint burst did wonders. Ah, that was my Jill. Of course, that was my Jill. The impeccable timing on the sprint burst, always. Gamer, the amount of times you saved me? Woo! I'm running out of options here, honestly. Yep. Oh, what is this pole, man? Hello, pole? Hold on. That was the gen? Yeah, that's what I thought, because he was there before you hopped on that. I was on that gen at the beginning. Defending dad! Slinger was defending dad. That's the second time. Jill, though, the amount of times you've chatted here in the stream, though, and today we got two typos like that. That's crazy. Because you never get this. Wait. Oh, I'm exposed. Not exposed? You can see me. I need to go. Yep. Holy. Nice. W stealth. Yeah. Nice. It is crazy, Jill. That makes no sense. They went the same way. Okay, maybe I can do this gen. I don't want to go for this save, guys. I want to do this gen. Ah, she's saved. Good, good, good. Shit. Who do we have? We have Jill, Onion Jin, Anne is dead. Colonel. Wait. Colonel's on 11? Okay, okay, okay. We need to do gens, honestly. But wasn't Lake joining? I forget. Something happened. Oh my god, we got it done. Don't get shot through the window. Oh shit. Check door, yeah, I was running away from it. Didn't help, did it? Who's here? I save. Oh my god. Send it. Thank you, Jill! Oh my god, Lara, don't die. Please, Lara, don't die. Woo! That was very scary. Well played. Did everyone get out? I mean, the ones that were alive. Nice. Look at Jill and Colonel with top points. We love to see it. W Gaming. GG's. Not random Scandinavian. Hello, hello, how are you? Are you burning heretics? Are you praying to your holy god? Bot? Emperor of Mankind? Are you having fun? I'm having fun. How are you? How's your day going? Happy Wednesday. Welcome in. Was Lake joining or no? Am I lying for attention? Did I just boot up a game without Lake? No, I remember. No, I don't remember. I think Lake went to bed, no? No, he's here. What happened to this gamer? 1 second. Lake, are you playing? Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the redeem. Hi, Kay. Welcome in. How are you, sweet? Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 5. Heyo. Don't worry about it. Okay. Good then. Either way, welcome in. WK, indeed. Questioning it at best. Fair enough. No need. Oh. Kay's in a good mood. Oh, the Scandinavian country. Oh. Here we go. Stakes are rising. Good question, Kay. What's the answer gonna be? Hi, Fur. Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. How is your day going? Are you a bit more rested? How is work? This could escalate quickly, guys. It's K versus not random Scandinavian. Sweden. Part of Norwegian as well. Part of Norwegian. Okay, okay. That's good odds. That's good odds. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing you can do about that, can you, Kay? You'll allow it because part Norwegian? That saved you, gamer. That saved you. Honestly. Yeah, I figured late. It's getting so late. It's all good. Thanks for hanging out today, though. Thank you for the gifted subbies. Who's a... Oh, it's another slinger. Hello. Good night. See you soon, Lake. Holy Wesker! Jump scare. Oh. Bro, I felt that one. Oh man.
You disappoint me. Is that the best?
Oh my god, that was scary. You can be hating on Norwegian Swedens and they can't do anything because you're part both. Wahaha, that's very strong. That's a very good trait. You didn't work today, but I did have class with your tutor. We're seeing bones. Is that the sentence you meant? What? You're seeing bones. Don't go there, Jill!
Is that all you
Nah! That should have... Oh my god. Ping! Ping! Yes, ADMS. Fuck, I thought I was dead. I would have ran. I knew it was ping. There was no way I was around the corner for that. Ah, okay. The bones of the body. Fur, you have to be specific. Thank you for the hydrate, Lake. Hold on, where's my drink sets? Hey, Apple Pancake, welcome in! Enjoy your daily doggetry. Thank you for the 2. Gamers, be sure to take a sip of your drink. Stay hydrated. If you're... Don't go there! Oh. Oh my god, they're all weird. And my sound is loud. There we go. Thank you for the dance. I'm dying. Soon. Oh, yes. Yes, here he is. Oh my god, sorry guys, I can't keep up. There's so much going on right now. Just because you're saying that you deserve.
Not
the
random
night
Scandinavian
timeouts.
followed your channel.
Hey yo, thank you for the follow. I appreciate your support for the channel. Yeah, that's what Kay says. Kay always likes this song. Thank yous. Oh, are you kidding me? Oh, there's a... Is there a whisker there? Yes. I lagged backwards again. Yeah, I think it's GG's on the screen. Not this room. Yeah, I get clocked here. GG's. GG's, there's nothing to be done. At night, I'll go see friends and his girlfriend. Ah, cool, that sounds like good plans. Order of hating goes Danes over Swedes over Norway. Yes, Kay, that makes sense. Yes, he went for the heart. He came straight for it. There was nothing we could do. He meant business. Oh no. Anne's gonna show the ropes though, don't worry about it. Yeah, unfortunate. I think the fact that he was up against the wall didn't help. Otherwise, I think it might have hit. Hating of Danes is just easy. You gotta troll my fellow proper Scandi sometimes. That's how it works, right? Girl, I know I speak English like I'm speaking Spanish. You know I speak English like yes, I know, Fur, but that's why I had to ask. There's nothing I can do there. You'll be going at 23? Okay. Oh, N is AFK. Probably typing. Jill coming in with the protection hit. W Jill. Oh no! And that's it again. You're running away from one and running into the other killer. It's been a pain for us today. It's been an absolute pain. Oh. Alright, let's see how Colonel's doing. What is Colonel up to? Can these gamers finish the last 2 gens? There's a lot of chaos over here. These are cranking main. Julio's here. It's okay, your PC had opened the magnify glass. Everything was zoomed in. Oh shit. Yeah, that happens. It's when I try to make a clip and instead of pressing F10, I press F11 and my screen goes from full screen window to like a tiny windowed screen. It's so bad. It was sure but fun being here. I'm off to bed. Have a glorious rest of your stream and best luck with your games. Good night. I appreciate you hanging out. Thanks so much for the follow again. Have a great night and who knows, maybe we'll see you again. We should be... It's almost midnight for... It's 11:30 here now. PM. Hello? Can I type? So we're super late for my doing. I don't usually stream like nights like this. And thanks also for the dance, Kay. That really won them over. That was a really good idea. It's 6:30? Yeah. You have your whole night ahead of you still. One more gen to go. Colonel's still going. Jill's still going. And then we have the Vittorio and the Quan. Oh, the double. The double. He has a hook to give. Colonel hasn't been hooked yet. He's gaming. He is hella gaming. You also keep getting double teamed? Yes. We've been unlucky like that. You gotta watch the dish, but I'll be lurking. I appreciate that. Do some dancing for us, okay, while you're at it. Dancing and dishes, remember? Oh, shit. The Victorio got in a really bad position there. Jill juicing again, as per always. Play some cumbia? Perfect. Perfect. Shake that booty. Oh my god, Gil, that was such a good idea. Oh no! I think Colonel plays without sound, guys. I don't think there's any way he can find the hatch. Unlucky. Quan got out though. GG, strong team. Powerful. They were powerful. I think 2 more games, guys, and then we get some rest. I'm gonna go see the National Hockey Championship tomorrow. Going to Amsterdam. That's gonna be a good time. And then chilling the afternoon. Maybe some editing. Cat sitting. And scrims. Yeah, I know, Jill. It's just for the hockey, okay? They're actually, it is Amsterdam, Rotterdam. I'll cheer for Rotterdam, okay, for you. Even though it's being held in Amsterdam. Yeah? Cool, I will. I just want to see some good hockey plays. Lots of goals. Male is the men's game. Pinoquet Rotterdam. HCR Hockey Club Rotterdam. It's gonna be a good game. I could tell you that much. Those players are absolutely correct. Yes, I'm still playing, but I'm injured, so I won't be participating anymore this season. If they're all good, it's gonna be a good match. Yeah, it's I think it's the number 2 seed against the number 3 seed. Semifinals. It's gonna be good. Ik heb een zweepslag in mijn kuit. And sorry, I don't know what it is in English. I wrapped my calf muscle, basically. Okay, that's a spirit. Oh my god, and you were juicing. I don't make that. Wesker? Okay. Yeah, I also did. That's your... Oh my god. Oh, Wesker jump scare again. Fuck me. Ja, ik heb ook mijn voorste kruisband gescheurd. Maar dat is alweer 12 years ago. Yeah, that's a lot more painful than zweepslag. Your ACL. Ripped completely off. Hurts like hell. Do you know that the ACL ripping is more common in women than in men because of hormones? It's true. True story. Oh my god. Colonel, is anyone on your side for the save? Oh shit. Both killers are there. She's gonna trade it. Good hit taking, Colonel. Oh no, and the down again. They were both there. No! No! There's no way. He's back again. No TR. That's crazy. This pallet's gone, by the way. Hello? Well, fuck me.
You disappoint me. Is that the best you've got?
2 deaths, no chase. Love to see it. Excellent fucking game, man. Alright, Colonel's dying, guys! Oh, he's being camped too. No, Colonel! Oh, they're camping him to death. People couldn't go for the save. Nah, that sucks. Works for me. And is there anyone on your side? Yeah, she got saved. That's huge. They're double teaming everything, them. Blast mine! Ha 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 ha. How the hell did she get away with that? That's huge. Did someone finish this gen? No, and it's regressing the fuck. Shit. Oh, she's going straight for the injured Kate. That's not skill. That gamer just got unhooked. No, she died. I mean, that's not a good place to go loop anyone, gamer. I'm gonna be honest with you. She's got hang time, right? I finished this gen. Sorry. Ultras at 40k. I have to say, Jill, I hate games like that. I prefer to do gens and chase than to go for all these fucking unhooks the whole time. Especially in RPD. Because it's on the different, it's always on the other side that you're not at. I'm maxed on altruism as well. There's no gen here. Oh no, the double team. And now this. I don't know what to do. Of course. Yeah. You're cooked now, gamer. GG's. Who's still going? And still going. Jill's still going. One gen left. Holy Wesker! Nah, the jump scares. Yeah, it scared the shit out of me and I'm not even playing. I was just watching that. Yes, how cautious you, like... Oh, yeah. Alright, last gen done. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. They just left you, Jill. And the rubber banding. Okay, LG. Yeah, the rubber banding after the vault. That's rough. Yes, we all did, gamers. We all did. They called you in for work? There's no way, Fur. That is so unlucky. You have to go, but love you and take care. Love you too, Fur. Have a good shift. It's so nice of you to go in. Go kick some ass, okay? Thanks for hanging out. Okay, LG guys. Let's go. LG. Hey yo, Wesker, GG, well played. Excellent, excellent gaming. Yeah, Wesker I've seen most. Yeah, I think it's Oni for me. Wesker and Oni. Herr Latze. Hey, I hope 2v8's treating you well. Thank you for coming to say hi. That was a good game for you guys. We definitely struggled. When I was running towards that window, I was like, okay, if he pulls up his power and jumps, I'm gonna get that fucking hit. But I was a little bit scared to like dodge it, you know? Ah, it was just GG's. GG well played. It's a Wesker and a Huntress. No. Yeah, she can see you now, Sable. Yeah. Well, fuck me. Damn. Oh my god, you jump scared the crap out of me. If you watch back the VOD, I had no idea that you were there. I literally screamed. And you got my friend Jill on the Purple Yun Jin in library as well. Same thing. We both jumped. We had no idea that you were there. That was well played. Yeah, I got a hell of a jump scare from that. I had no idea. That was funny. That was actually funny. Oh my god, my Gilio star. I don't know, man. She just picks up licking things. Licking walls. Thank you, Granny, for hanging out. That again! Okay, gamer. Yeah, and it's so weird, Jill. I don't know what's different with typing today. You love Shadow Clash for Rescue, you don't hear, and you really don't? You really don't? It was just absolutely lethal? Wait. Who's saving Gilio? Okay, he's saving. I didn't even click it. It still sits. That's crazy. Why am I running into a wall? Hello? Jill, get your shit together, girly. Did we end up finishing Shack Gen? Oh my god, you're in chase! Well, I can't save that. He went to find your cage! No! No. Jill, I'm coming. What is this Wesker's problem? Yeah, he does not pick any, is he? Yeah, he really wants you, Jill. Do you know this man? Like, hello? Thank you, Colonel. He's here. Oh, he cut me off. He cut me off! It was a funny round. Good luck in your next round. Have a great stream. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks again for stopping by. I hope your next game goes well as well. We're on LG Air. It's been a long one for me. Oh no, Colonel died, and I'm getting farmed. Well, this sucks. I thought we were cooking, and then we weren't. Sable got pinned on a fucking pixel. Oh my god. Ding ding. 1, 2, 3, 4 survivors left. 3 gens. It's GG. We ain't getting out of this game. I can tell you that much. No. We were off to such a great start, guys. I did not think it would come to this. I thought we were gonna, like, 6 men out this. Okay, we have 3 left. Anne is one of them. They're in chase with Huntress and Shaq. Yes, Jill! Thank you so much for the games. I love playing with you so much, gamer. You know that. Have a good night. I'll see you soon. Scrim tomorrow, yeah? And I save you. She's gonna check the gen because it has progress. There we go. We are out of reach for the reveal. Wesker's in main. She finds the Claire. Claire's gonna die. I wonder if they pick. Saying you had fun, wonderful. I'm glad. Sorry guys, ad break. I don't know what's going on with my ad management. It's not popping up for me to snooze it, and now it's just happening. Oh my god, they're actually hooking. Okay, hatch game. Anne is there. Okay, Wesker checked here. I'm going this way. Oh my god, there's a hatch right here. And it's out. We're out! Let's go! We deserve this! Ha 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 ha, Jill. Hey, you guys know each other, and... W. That's kind of cool. Oh my god, they're coming TwitchCon? Yay! Oh, that's cool. Nice! GG, Colonel! Thanks for playing! It's wonderful to have you here again. Ah, cuties. Alright, we're gonna go raid out. I think we're gonna skip this set. Yeah, we already have 6 who can play, and next week I can't because of other journey. Yeah. I don't know. Like, I'm already nervous. We'll see, right? We scrim this week. I mean... We kinda need you for the ghoul set, no? Like, who's gonna play the ghoul set on Survivor? That should be you. Bluffed and lucky. I'm gonna be honest. We can talk about it for a long time or a short time. But, yeah, you don't have to put yourself out there. It's all good. Okay, I have 2 options for a raid, guys. I need to make a decision. Let's go Strife. Gamers, when I played in the 1v1 tournament a couple weeks ago, Strife, the wonderful Strife, was the host. He's doing a 10-hour stream and he's 7.5 hours in, so he'll keep you entertained for a longer while. So let's go and say hi to Strife. I could play this week game, just not next week, because like I said, see people. Yeah, I know. I know. Just tick, Jill. If you're available, let's decide like who can play what best. Like I think we need you for ghoul set. I'm not gonna lie. I think that's a good decision. The people that juiced ghoul last week should be juicing ghouls this week. That's my thought. That's all I'm saying. Alright. Gamers, thanks for hanging out. Thank you for gaming, chatting, chilling, lurking. It's been an absolute pleasure. Let's go say hi to Strife. They're playing DVD. They're on Survivor. They are Blind main. Let's copy the raid message, spam it in their chat. Then I go way back. She's a Dutchie as well, and she's coming TwitchCon. I would love to go and say hi. But we will get to that when we get to TwitchCon. That is so funny, and that's crazy. That's wonderful. Hannah, thanks again for the collab. Gamers, I'll be back Sunday morning. Games with the one and only Spread Lake. Take for screens, we can talk about it tomorrow. Yeah, good. She's coming with you? Perfect. I love to say hi. So, I hope to see you all on Sunday. Thanks everyone for the follows. Thank you for the stream streaks. Don't forget to redeem your daily if you haven't already. This is your last chance. Hannah, thank you for the raid. Phoenix, thank you for the massive raid. Lake, thank you for the 10 gifted. Girdle, thank you for the, I think 7 gifted today. Two singles and a 5 gifted. Thank you so much. Thank you for the hype train level 2. Maury, thank you for the raids. You guys are amazing. Thanks everyone. Jill, thank you for the resub as well. Thanks everyone for hitting 1.5k. Let's go and say hi to Strife. Take care gamers. See you.